Fox, our host, our founder, and leader, Uncle Freezy, will be here soon. The Knicks lost to the Bulls tonight, 110-102, which is our fifth loss in our last six games. You know how we spoke about the positives that we could take from the Clippers' loss yesterday? Well, you can't say that tonight. Our defense gave up numerous backdoor layups and dunks, and we lacked the energy and effort. And our three-point shooting was absolutely dreadful, going 6 for 29 or 21%. And in Tibbs' questionable rotations, and it's amazing we were in the game until the last minute. The Knicks were led by Randle's 23 points, 11 rebounds, 7 assists. Alec Burks, 18 points, and Quickley, 16 points, 6 rebounds, 7 assists off the bench. But it was Randle's turnovers and RJ's bricks in the last minute that sealed the defeat. I was looking forward to the RJ versus Levine matchup, but Levine came up clutch in crunch time, and RJ didn't. We'll go over the game. We'll recap the player's performance with the video panel and the live chat. Let me do a quick shout out to the family. Not a lot of people here tonight. Eric Gonzalez, how are you? Hope all is well. Saw you on the show yesterday and enjoyed you on the show yesterday. Frederick, hope all is well. Point five. Daryl Pemberton, morning, noon, and night. One of my favorites in the world. Daryl Pemberton, head honcho. Uh, RJ stinks. RJ's not the reason we lost tonight. He didn't come up big in crunch time, but there was a whole lot of other things that we'll talk about tonight. Let me do first my brother.
Hold on 1 second. One
Not a
second.
not a problem. Hey, Jonathan JD, time for topping. Definitely, I don't know about the way he played tonight, but it's definitely things that we'll talk about. So, that was pretty damn painful. And like I said, I want to talk about some of Tibbs' rotations, even though Quickly played 30 minutes and Peyton played 18. It took, where's my notes? Oh, let's see. Um, 2:15 of the third quarter left in the third quarter before he brought Quick back in, and I just don't know why. Peyton is brutal. Like I said, we lost 5 out of 6 games. How much longer can we go with Peyton? So, Diz Ballin, day one. What's up? As always, one of my favorites. D Jones. Uh, Tipset, RJ Too Long, and Rivers. Yeah. And what about Mitch, man? I scratched my head about Tibbs tonight. You know, he went with Noel. Noel's great on the block shots and everything, but like I said, backdoor dunks, backdoor layups, uncontested threes. We've been saying it on this broadcast for a little while now that our metrics for defense that everyone's touting, it's really misleading. It's terribly misleading. We ran in early in the season to teams that were good shooting teams, and they just had a bad game against us, and it inflated our numbers. But now, as the season's going on and everyone's getting into their groove, we're seeing the realities. And one thing is uncontested threes, but what the hell is these backdoor, these, and you just see the guys looking at each other already that, what? And you're like saying, yo, after these amount of games, we should have much better communication going on. So, yep. I'll send the link in a second, Eric. Freezy, if you're there, if you can, put the. Let me see if I have it here. Hold on. I'll put it in the. Okay. Let's see. Did it? Did it? Did it? And here we go. And this should be it, ladies and gentlemen. And there she goes. So hopefully Freezy has the key. He'll let you in, Eric, and anybody else who wants to join. Hopefully, my boy Day One. I love my boy Day One. Dizballin. Guy has great insights. Can listen to him for hours, man. Guy knows his hoops. So, point five. Defense is why we lost. I agree, my friend. Man, that was painful. And Frederick said Rivers is cold and not making smart plays, and it's funny. Thank you, Frederick. Hope all is well. My notes tonight were Rivers doesn't bring anything to this team. Dumb play after dumb play. Yesterday he killed our comeback. With Quick brought us within two with a little over 7 minutes to go. There's my man.
What's up,
Uh,
guys?
with a little over 7 minutes to go and two turnovers and a stupid foul, and then I just don't know what's going on. So, hey Eric,
What
how
up?
are you, my
What's up,
friend?
Eric?
What's up?
So, Kev will be back in a second. He from us talking earlier tonight. He will be going. He'll be here for a short time. He'll leave. He'll go home, and he'll join us a little later. So, Day, I think I'm going to kick it off with you. What was
Okay.
your thoughts about the game tonight?
Well,
Hey,
as you
just real
know,
quick, how's your day? Any of us here in the New York area, we're getting slaughtered, folks. If
I
you're in
said,
the Carolinas and other thing, you don't know what the hell we're going through. It's brutal over here.
I'm in
I said,
Pennsylvania. It's still coming down hard.
It's still here
We
too.
probably got another
right,
like 11 inches till tomorrow.
right. Yeah, I stood in the whole day. I chilled out. I went to the supermarket run yesterday, took care of all that. So,
Yeah.
What did I miss?
Not
We're
much.
talking about we're on the verge of 3 feet of snow hitting us up here. My wife and I, we went out and we've had, God knows how many things, but it's like, wow, we just took away a foot. Now we just took away another foot, and God, it keeps going. I think there's another foot coming up,
mm,
and it's brutal because whether snow throwers, blowers, and shovels and everything. Too old for this, fellas.
oh yeah, especially with this much of snow.
Yeah, I don't say, man, this is a widowmaker, this snow. So, Kev, Dave's going to take it. Thank you we'll get back to you in a second. Let us know what you thought about the game tonight.
Okay, as you know, we've developed a pattern where I start off with team
Yep,
stuff.
for sure.
So that's what we're gonna go with. Go from day. A big thing for me today was: do we take 2 steps forward today, or do we take 3 steps back? And we took 3 steps back today.
Yeah, the latter.
We got off very lethargic, and a big worry for me tonight was how well Chicago shoots the three ball. And I said, okay, Markin is in there tonight. We got Patrick Williams in there. I go, I'm interested if Chicago would do the same thing as the Clippers did and just attack Randle and Mitch, especially on the pick and pop and forcing them to close out on the perimeter. That's exactly what happened. And it happened with Noel as well. And Marketing got whatever he wanted in that first half on Julius. I
23.
don't know if you guys noticed, they made an adjustment in their pick and pop coverage where instead of Julius dropping down and then having to go back to the pop, they
He
would
just went
just
up.
switch the guard.
Yeah.
See, but that's tough within itself as well because the guard has to contain, and now he's got to go through Randle to go ahead and get back.
Mm-hmm.
So that was an adjustment they tried to make. It didn't work tonight. Also, Chicago got whatever they want offensively. Whatever they ran, they got a good shot out of it. Our pick and roll defense went back a couple of steps today. Guys were really lost on if they were going to double it. Where's the weak side? There was a lot of that going on today. I lost count of how many open shots the Chicago Bulls had. And, we've been alluding to it for the last week now, Steve, that, these defensive numbers are not telling the story.
Thank you.
And we've seen it where it's this open shot after open shot. Guys getting too stuck in the paint and taking too long to close out. It's happened all 4 quarters tonight. What else pops inside my head? Like I said, offensively, just wasn't there. We got back to bad habits of it getting stagnant. Guys not moving around.
Mm-hmm.
I understand Julius had marketing on him. And I wish Julius would have gone off for 30 or 35 on marketing because marketing is not a good defender.
No, I thought he should have done more bully ball.
But at the same time, though, we're already a stagnant offense, and we can't. I mean, this game was only close the way it was tonight. It was because Chicago wasn't hitting shots. We shot 42% against one of the worst defensive teams in the league.
Yeah.
And Chicago left us open a lot too, but we just have an inability to make shots. We shot 6 of 29 from the three tonight.
That was the difference in the game because Chicago hit most of the, over what, 50% from three.
No,
No,
actually,
so Chicago
32%.
32%. But
Yeah.
that
So how
was
many did they? How many did they take?
they took 34 and they only
34,
hit
11 for
11.
34, yeah. And
But
so we lucked out. If they did what you said, it would have been another
yeah,
blowout.
yeah, because the shots were available and they were open. There are a lot of back doors. Peyton gave up a couple of back doors. Austin River gave up a couple of back doors. We
RJ
weren't
gave a couple of back
right.
doors.
We weren't communicating well
Yeah, did you
tonight.
see how many times players were looking at each other like, I thought it
Yeah,
was you. I thought you were going to take him.
right. And these are the examples of taking steps back. What else do I have here? I have here came out sluggish both halves offensively.
Hey,
Just
did you notice the first play of the game was the same as the first play yesterday? RJ took the ball, went in, and then he did the lob. So 2 games in a row, they opened up like that. So I said, hey, that's sweet. And in fact, they did it after another. I think they opened the second half. So I think
right.
that may be their signature play.
Right. RJ sat a long time in that first half. I thought that was a little strange.
Yeah.
Especially when Austin didn't bring anything tonight.
Again.
Yeah, again, right. I just think, the picking on Mitch, Noel, and Randall is going to start to become a thing on a night-to-night basis. Teams that have finally recognized, I don't know what took them so long, but they finally recognize that when you run your offense around your 4 or 5 to spread the floor on pick-and-pops or just spread them out on driving kicks, they have a really hard time closing out and containing the basketball.
Can't get back.
And it's not just them. The whole team couldn't contain the basketball tonight.
Yeah.
They got whatever they wanted. I was disappointed. 3 steps back, and they have a lot of work to do.
Yeah.
I'll end it there.
Okay. Let me kick it to Kev. Kev, what was your thoughts on the game tonight?
I hate being right. I really, I hate being right because this is how this conversation is going to go. I'm going to be like, I was right, and everyone's going to be like, oh, you're just talking about Kevin Knox. Like, no, I'm talking about the Knicks. I said, and I quote, people call me feisty. People said I was like losing it last night because I said Austin Rivers gives you nothing. Austin Rivers, and this is a fact, and this cannot be disputed. Outside of the Utah games, it might be even lower now. Austin Rivers averages 3 points a game. Outside of the 2 Utah outbursts, Austin Rivers looks horrible on the defensive end. Horrible
And on the offensive
end. So at this point, we must ask ourselves: after 20, and Austin Rivers has played 16 out of 22 games. If you have a third-year player and a rookie player have short, quick leashes, it goes to the point that it shows just the biasness that Tom Thibodeau has for people who have, years under their belt. Because there's no reason on God's green earth Austin Rivers shouldn't. And I know he only played 15 minutes. He shouldn't even play that. Austin Rivers shouldn't even play that. Austin Rivers has been bad. Reggie Bullock. Oh God, I got a headache just thinking about Reggie Bullock.
Hey, did you get a text from anybody on Reggie Bullock?
Huh?
Did you get a text from anybody saying anything about Reggie Bullock?
Yes. I got a random text today from a random number.
What did it say?
I'll read it for our viewers.
By the way, 1 of 7, 0 for 4, 2 rebounds, 1 assist.
Bullock sucks.
Yeah, I wonder who sent that.
That was about it. Bullock sucks. So yeah, for everybody, and I mean everybody, I don't care at this point. I'm going to shamelessly promote that we need to bring Kevin Knox back. Because Kevin Knox, I don't care what anyone says about Kevin Knox. Kevin Knox cannot be as bad as Reggie Bullock and Austin Rivers. He can't. And if you're gonna give us this spiel about development, I'd rather those minutes go to developing our third-year player than these bums who probably won't even be here next year.
Yeah, don't tell me about Knox backdoor. What the hell did we see tonight, ladies and gentlemen?
Blame some of these. I was waiting for someone to say, "Oh, something about Kevin Knox in the back door," and I was like, "Oh, I put a tweet. I was like, I want someone to say something about back doors." And I was like, "Oh wait, Kevin Knox not even playing. So what's your excuse now?"
Yeah.
What are the excuses now? Because everyone kept saying Kevin Knox keeps getting beat back door, but they don't say. I ain't seen a word from anyone else saying anyone else gets beat back door. Nobody. But we gonna bring it up. That's the first thing people bring up about Kevin Knox.
Most guys tonight got beat on the back door. At least 6 different guys got beat on the back door tonight.
And the sad thing is this isn't the first time. This isn't the first time.
Yeah.
It's not. And this is like everyone keeps saying, and I've said it for a while, and I'm the only person who's said it for a while. These defensive numbers are so misleading. They are so misleading because when you play against good offensive teams, they're going to beat this system. And I said it. Tom Thibodeau is a relic. And people are giving him all kinds of crazy. Oh, we're this close to being under 500. No, we're losing. We're under 500. We got lucky early in the season because people weren't expecting us to play the way that we did. So we got some wins early. But then, as the season went on and teams developed, and like the Jets, just like Adam Gase, and I'm not comparing Tom Thibodeau to Adam Gase. Tom Thibodeau does not make an adjustment throughout the game. His rotations have no adjustment. His game plans have no adjustment. There is no adjustment from the beginning of the game to the end of the game, no matter what is going on. His only adjustment is let's leave Quickley in.
No, his only other adjustment is taking out hot players. RJ had a quiet first half. He had 10 points, in the third? Takes him out. What the hell are you doing? At the end of the game, why was Mitch? In his press conference, no, Mitch was. I just thought I'd go with the guys that were hot. Since when you call, Noel had blocks, but Mitch can't get you blocks either if he's in there. So Quick, like I said, didn't come in till basically 2 minutes into the third quarter. So, wow. Come on, Tibbs. What the hell's going on? And also, all this defense, and all of us here and in the chat, we're looking at each other's backdoor layup, backdoor dunk, backdoor layup, uncontested three. And also, effort. I saw Burks a few times, jogging up, and it just didn't seem anything.
It's like, even though Burks had 18, Burks isn't a defensive player. No. He's not. He looks so lackadaisical on the court most times on that side of the ball. Yeah, I'll give them. He had two good defensive possessions when he was guarding Zach LaVine, where he looked like he made it hard.
I thought Rivers had a couple good possessions on Zach LaVine too in the second half.
But
I know he didn't do much otherwise, but I thought Rivers. There was a couple. Zach LaVine didn't have a great game. He just had a couple big shots at the end of the game.
I was about to say all he needed was the big shots at the end of the game.
Absolutely. But he didn't have a spectacular game. He's the leading scorer on that team. They got a lot of production from the big guys today. Thaddeus Young they got Thaddeus Young.
Marketing.
They had Markkanen had 23 in the first half. I mean, that's what really was beating them. They did well with LaVine overall.
I mean, people say,
and what I hate the most is waiting too long. These starts are so slow for the Knicks. I mean, it's the ball sticks with Elfrid Payton. It goes to Elfrid Payton, Julius Randle, and that's why RJ struggled in the first quarter. It was those two touching the ball, no one else. And then Quickley comes in, and RJ gets 10 points in the second, or gets 10 in the third. You talk about Elfrid Payton. He played 17 minutes. He played the first 12 minutes of the game, and the rest of the game he didn't play much after that. You didn't see much of him. Quickley took over. He had 17. He had 6 rebounds. He had 7 assists. He had 1 turnover. He played well.
Almost the whole third quarter.
He ran a good floor game today.
He did. He ran. He paid attention. He knew where guys needed to be. He put guys in the position to be successful. Guys were missing shots. He should have had over 10 assists.
No doubt.
And my thing is too with Noel, man. Noel does help out on defense sometimes. He does. He's there on the blocks. But man, I just wish he can catch the ball
And plus, he
because
was lost like Randall and Mitch on a lot of defensive assignments out on the perimeter as well.
There was
no,
that.
yeah,
Did y'all see that play where
the RJ pass,
no on the defensive end where Austin Rivers bit on trying to steal and left Noel in a lose situation because he either is going to step up on the ball handler or drop back
left the big man.
on the picker on the roller. So he
Mhm.
stepped up, and I think it was Thaddeus Young got the easy dunk, and you saw Tom Thibodeau just getting livid.
Right.
Yeah.
And it's like, well, who are you actually getting mad at? Because if that's Austin Rivers' fault, that's not Nerlens Noel's fault.
And he probably
But
wasn't
it
mad
looked
at
like
Austin Rivers.
No, it looked like he was yelling at Nerlens Noel.
Well, plus the weak side always has to drop anyway. So
Yeah, his
it's just
job
a
is
whole
to go back.
malfunction.
Mm-hmm.
But it was Austin Rivers' fault for biting on trying to get the steal that allowed it to happen in the first place.
And he did that quite a few times tonight as well.
And it's just it's so frustrating because
Look.
I want to believe that this team is more talented than it has pieces that I feel like this. This team would be really good if it had like a superstar player. Then the role players, because the role players are trying to do more, like Austin Rivers, who's played off of Harden and Westbrook and CP3, and people like that, they look better when they're playing off of superstars. But when you ask them to do more than what they've normally done throughout their careers, that's when they get exposed.
Okay.
So if we had a superstar player or two,
I think if we just had an adequate three, we have absolutely nobody at the three position on this team.
we do. He's on the bench. He is buried on the bench.
Hey,
beyond...
don't do that today, man. Man, he
Look,
just
he
got...
almost came on his nose.
But no, here's the
couldn't
thing.
believe I heard
Here's the thing. After what you seen the last two nights, could it be any worse? I mean, could it be any worse?
Hey, I told you, I'll take claim. I'm the guy who said to you, I can't stand Bullock. I can't stand Bullock.
I can see it. We're talking about. I can see we're talking about Scottie Pippen type defense, but Reggie Bullock ain't giving you that.
No, he gave absolutely nothing.
Here's another thing too, just as a team thing. The Chicago Bulls are the worst team in the league in turnovers per game. You know how many we forced tonight?
I think
12.
like 4 or 12.
Yeah, we're
I
terrible
know.
that way.
Quickley had a couple steals.
Yeah.
And all that was
so
mostly
they're
in
the
the
second
third quarter,
fastest
by the way.
pace team.
Yeah, that run in the third.
The Bulls are the second fastest pace, and obviously we're the lowest. Or slowest.
Julius Randle had 5 turnovers tonight, and he had some costly ones at the wrong
He had the
time.
bat at the end.
The
he went back to
from
the
hell
spin.
came back, ladies and gentlemen.
He turned into the spin
What
cycle.
happens in that situation, I think, at the end of the game, where you start trusting, you start trying to do too much, and that's what happened. He hasn't really done that since the first 2-3 games.
And don't forget, Eric, that was from a timeout. It was a design play that Thibodeau put together, and obviously it was for an ISO for Julius, and he got no more than 2 dribbles into his move before he turned over that
before
basketball.
he turned it over. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Do you think? And obviously, it aggravated me and everybody else, in Nickdom. But do you think it was because everybody else wasn't doing anything, Day, that he was trying to do too much?
Well,
himself?
when you look at that play, I don't know if they saw it, but when you look at the play, that same play, everybody stood in the perimeter, didn't move. Nobody moved.
I think it was designed that way.
I know, but there was 3 guys in the paint.
Correct.
Nobody moved.
And which it was Julius has to make that.
He should have dished out.
He has to make that a reaction. But I mean, to say, Steve, back to what you said, I mean, Emmanuel Quickley has 16 points and was running. I mean, he didn't shoot well. Nobody shot well tonight.
He had 38%, I think, right?
But he was running a good floor game. RJ Barrett was 7 to 17. Julius was 7 to 16.
On the side note,
12.
Hey, Dave, I have to drop out right quick because it's time for me to go home.
I mentioned to the guys that you're gonna cut out and come back a little
coming
later
back?
if you could.
Yeah, I live like maybe 10, 15 minutes here, so I'm just gotta drop out. But
hey, you look sharp, Kev. You look good, kid.
I'm hot as hell in this sweater.
Yeah.
Looking good.
If you may say so yourself.
Yeah, looking, trying to look good comes at a price. I mean, good
Yeah,
Lord,
I feel you.
I am
It's hard to
burning
be
up.
that pretty, I know.
I
Now you
wish,
can go. Now
I
you can
wish.
put your hoodie on.
Yeah, I got to go put on the hoodie because there's gonna be some more fire coming out. Oh God,
And you could yell in your house.
yeah, but I'll be back.
All right,
Okay.
bud.
Hey, Freezy, if you're listening, I put out the link there. Whether Ghetto Intellect, Guillermo, anybody else, we'd love to hear our brothers come in there. Let me just do a quick shout out to the family. I'll come back to Day and Eric, Kaiser Sose. Hope all is well. Hey, Guillermo, I got a problem with you, man. On your show, a great show as always. I'm singing across 110th Street from Bobby Womack, and you put Bobby Womack in my head, man. Why do you keep doing that to me, man? So he's always doing that. State of New York, hope all is well. 47 Buds. Hey, 47 Buds, shout out. I saw on Bleaker Report one of your tweets they highlighted. So you made big time, man. Congrats. Pedro Matos, as always. Kodak Vlogs. Where's Will? Will won a jersey today on Guillermo's show. Congratulations. I guess he's not here yet. Boost Mobile. Yeah, Guillermo said good music is infectious. You ain't kidding. So Chris B. Let's see. I don't want to forget any of our family. Anthony 212, Obi Croppin Toppin, Mike Johnson, and throughout the night, myself and our brothers, and always Jonathan JD. Hope all is well. We'll get back to you. And please remember to hit those likes, subscribe, and remind the bell so you don't miss out on any Knicks at Night and Knicks Morning Drive broadcasts. Please share the link on your favorite social media platforms so we can grow the Lawrence Tears family. Thanks again for getting us over 1,300 subscriber milestone. 1,500, here we come. We greatly appreciate it. And salute to the greatest mods in the planet, Bodega Wi-Fi, Sima Singh, and the new Knicks. We appreciate all you do. Ghetto Intellect was enjoying some of that brown juice. You were on the show too.
Yeah,
I
I
just
was there
realized.
for the first half.
Yeah, so well, it was the second half of brown juice. I'm worried about Ghetto.
Oh, he had some interesting perspectives in that, in that first couple of glasses. Anywho, back to Randall. I don't think that was the case, Steven. I think I have to. We have to remind each other that if Julius Randle is on a playoff team, he's the third or fourth guy.
You beat me, yeah, exactly.
Right. So I keep that in mind and then you mentioned it before, I forgot, I don't know if it was you or somebody else that mentioned that a lot of guys are they're just out of their zone. You know what I mean? And their roles have been promoted. And because of that, this is the type of stuff you see. And Randall went back to Randall ways tonight. And that's on Randall. Because space was cleared for him. There was plays that was designed for him. He wasn't reading
Taking
the
too many
defense correctly.
threes.
Yeah, he was 1 of 4 tonight.
Yeah.
And what's sad was that he was 8 or 9 from the line. And the reason why he was because marketing does not have an answer for him.
But that's the whole point. Don't you think that, marketing's lighting him up on the offensive side, can't miss? Don't you think one of the, the tactics to go against that is get him in foul trouble? Make a play on defense, which he doesn't like to do, but take him to the hole and get him in foul trouble. Get him the hell out of the game.
Which they did do that. I wish they would have done it more. Because, it was like the thing we were talking about with RJ against the Cleveland last week, was that if you got a 6'3" and a 6'1" guy on RJ, we go there and make that defense
mismatch,
that mismatch. And that works to our favor. We're going to get better shots and better fluidity on the offensive end from that. And our team just has this. I mean, the offense has been a story for the whole season. Yeah. And we went back to all stagnant, good old basketball tonight, and it didn't work out well for us. Because you could still feature Randall in a mismatch, right, and still be stagnant offensively. Like we mentioned against the Clippers, we said we had better pace. We got into our sets quicker. You know what I mean? Everything. So if Randall got in the post, his decision to make a move was much quicker. You see? That wasn't happening tonight.
No, I know. Hey, Freezy, if you're listening, please let in. Eric got kicked out. Let him in from the backstage, and also Guillermo. Why don't you join us tonight? And Ghetto Intellect and any of else of our family, come on in. We'd love to hear you. Kevin will be back in a little while. Got a question from JD. What's your thoughts on this? Hey, Mr. Brown Juice. How are you?
For having me. Thank you for having me, Foxy.
Oh man, I'm a huge fan of yours. You know that. So, Ghetto, you know I love your wisdom. What was your thoughts about the game tonight?
No, this was a must-win, and we didn't win a must-win. If you watch me on Freeze in the Morning, Blanche Tears, Morning Drive. I don't interact much with the late night guys, but it was a late night game. Freezy, thank you for letting me in. This was a must-win game. And for us to not play our defense, when you play a team you're supposed to be quote-unquote better than, Foxy, you're supposed to push your will on them. They pushed their will on us. So I'm disappointed. So I said I would wait a month because I've been a Knicks fan since '83, Foxy. Maybe possibly you longer than me.
I am.
So I know what it's like for Knicks fans to have hope, to push for things that they want. But I want a high draft pick. I've always wanted a high draft pick. But I went along with the 5-3. I went along with the 500 record. If we continue to project downward, which look at our last 15
5 out of
games.
6. We lost 5 out of 6.
And look at our last
10 in the last 14.
Thank you, Day.
Mm-hmm.
4-10 our last. We're projecting downwards. I don't want to win too many games that takes us out of, and I know the draft is different now, but I can't project that the Knicks will be a middle of the pack team that'll find themselves in the lottery, top 5 lottery.
Yeah, but Ghetto, even if we can't get Suggs or a great point guard, we're in desperate need of a 3. Then let's get ourselves our 3 of our future, because we sure don't have it on the team right now.
But let's make sure we don't have nothing less than 6 or 7 draft picks. And my fear is if we win 25, 30 games, that doesn't put us in 5 or 6 in the NBA.
Yeah, but they're gonna win 25 to 30.
I have them at 29 myself, so
They're gonna win that. The problem is Ghetto is that they're gonna win games they're not supposed to. That's what you're gonna see with this team, and they're gonna lose games they're supposed to win.
it's Rob the Knicks' famous saying.
and that's just what this team is gonna be. They're gonna beat the Bucks on a day, and then the next day they're gonna lose. You know what I'm saying? They're gonna lose to the Pistons. It's just how a growing young team, who they do have talent. There's major needs on this team for shooting, and for a guy who plays the 3, who can control the ball, bring the ball up, hit a 3, get his own shot. We need that for sure. Is it in free agency? Is it in the trade? Is it in the draft? Is yet to be known. And I think expecting to get a top 5 draft pick is maybe if Dallas.
Why
maybe
we're
if
on
Dallas,
that trajectory right now.
Maybe if Dallas continues to lose.
Eric G, there's a way to fix that. And I was a fan from 2000, 2005, where we had so talent. There's a way to fix that. Why do you have a Burks, a Bullocks, and a Rivers in your rotation when you could play a Knox, a Ntilikina, and a DSJ? Period. And I understand. I don't know your age.
You know what it is? We're talking as fans. We want the best for long haul, right? We look at it as, okay, we want to see development, and then we want to see get players here in the future who can be here for a long time and be great.
G.I.,
So
what were you trying to get at with that? I was interested. No, I'm talking about G.I. I wanted him to finish his thought on that.
Flow, yeah.
Yeah.
And Eric G, what I'm trying to get at, and Day A, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
What I'm trying to get at is we're playing. So the NBA is a players' league. I'm into the business. Eric G, I know I've never participated with you before, but
No, that's cool.
I'm a businessman. Although I had a
Likewise.
although I had a lot of business, a lot of brown juice tonight, I apologize. They used to see me in the morning where I have the blonde orange tea.
Cheers.
I'm into the business of the NBA. And the issue that the Knicks have is they want to be an organization that's high level, even though we've been classless for many years. I sat through the Isaiah years where Stephon Marbury went through and sexually molested every member of the organization. I don't want to go that far. I don't want to go that deep. But we've been an organization that's been marred in dysfunction for a long time. So we're trying to be a high-level corporate organization, but our level of talent is not where we try to go into the game and say, you know what, Chicago Bulls, we're going to let you set the pace of the game, and we're going to let our talent meet where you are. We couldn't match the level of talent that the Chicago Bulls have, yet we have a better marketability. We have a better level of talent. We have a better expectation what the Chicago Bulls have. We have exceeded our expectations. We have exceeded our mindset.
Okay.
And because of that, we're talking playoffs since week 2.
Not me.
Week 3.
Me either.
I haven't either, Foxy.
Because I know you haven't. Because I love a line that you said tonight. You know, you go by ghetto intellect, but when you go on certain things, it's all about the intellect. When it comes to money and your business, it's about the intellect and your Knicks stuff. I love that line, and it's true because I love your wisdom. But you've not heard me say that because I don't want to say I told you so, but you know, and Guillermo, my brother, we've been taking stuff for a while now. We're just saying that the talent on this roster is mediocre.
We are devoid of talent.
Elite talent. And and it's crippling, and that that you can't get away from that, and we've overachieved, like you just said. GI, take it, keep going, man. I don't want to ruin your flow.
Well, I wanted you to touch
Go
on
ahead,
the fact. No, it's to you though. I wanted you to touch on that. We're playing Bullock, Burks, and Rivers instead of Knox, DSJ, and Frank, and I wanted you to get into why that is.
And it's because Tibbs, and I don't knock Tibbs, because Tibbs has put us in a position to where we believe. But you can only believe for so long. At some time, the proof has got to be in the pudding. You don't build corporate 50-10 organizations on belief. You build it on talent.
Ding, ding, ding.
We lack talent.
Yes.
We are not a playoff team in the East, in the West, in the North, in the South. That this roster wasn't. That's why Vegas said they'll only win 22 games.
Mm-hmm.
But Tibbs has already proven more than he needs to prove. But Tibbs is a stubborn old man who's built. He's built in his moxie. I love Tibbs.
Mm-hmm.
I don't ever want to get rid of a Tibbs.
Mm-hmm.
But at some point, I need Tibbs to realize we only have what we have, and you can only push but so far. The cream will rise to the top. We don't have much cream.
Correct.
You can only push Randle but so far. You can only ask RJ to overachieve but so far. And at some point, we got to rely on the people who have been in this league 6, 7, 8 years, and that's Burks, Bullocks, and Randle, and they've given us complete trash. They have not earned, and they're on 1-year deals, and you're saying they're working for. They have not earned the dollars that we have given them, and if they ain't gonna earn it, sit their tails down. Because one thing I will tell you about the NBA, if you play youth, they will lose games. That's what Chicago Bulls is doing. They're playing their youth. and they're losing games, but their youth beat us.
Don't we have the same record
I think they have
We
another.
have the
one
same
more win.
record.
at this
They
point
might
in
have one
time?
more win.
They have one more win than us?
I
think
don't think
so.
they have 10 wins yet.
I believe they do. I don't know for sure. Check.
I'll tell you in a
So
second.
I don't even know. I'm
They
just
might have.
speaking.
They might be 10 and 12 or something like that.
And Eric G, I'm only speaking from my heart. And if
Bro,
my
I feel
heart,
you. Listen, I totally understand everything you're saying, but when you bring in a guy like Tibbs,
They're 9 and
his
11.
they're okay. He's gonna develop what he has in the locker room.
Sorry, 8 and
and,
11. Sorry.
and he wants to win. So he's gonna try to push him to. You're not gonna ask any players and coaches don't tank. Fans do. We want that. But players and coaches don't tank. They don't go on the court trying to lose. That's just they're built. They get paid for this. There's pride in this. There's another contract, whether it's with the same team or another team, or a coaching contract with this team or another team that you got to play for. This is do or die. So these guys trying to win. Nobody's going out there trying to lose games. Talent, it'll show up. Absolutely. But so does coaching. And they've gotten better.
Yeah, but I think the key thing that was said that our talent on another team Randle will be a third or fourth option. He's not.
That's right.
That's the key part, Manning.
Right.
That's part of the beginning process of developing. We're gonna have to take.
I think he's developed at a level. I don't think he'll ever be a 2 or a 1 on a really good team.
No, he's not gonna. But on our team, he's the one, and he's played extremely well all year long.
But I'm asking, who are we developing?
Right.
Bullock,
exactly.
Burks,
Right.
and Rivers.
Yeah.
No, that's
Journeyman.
the part. That's the part of winning, trying to win. Tibbs thinks that those guys will give him a better chance every night to win than Frank Ntilikina, Kevin Knox, DSJ. That's just how it is. He's coaching the team. He sees them practice. I'm not saying I disagree with you. I'm just saying that in his mindset, he's trying to win games. And those guys who've been in the league for 6, 7, 8 years, he thinks they give him a better chance than what Kevin Knox, Ntilikina, and DSJ give.
But I think
we have to
GI
ask the question.
and Day's point is that if you're 4-10 with these vets, what the hell are you getting by not?
Well, they're not 4 and 10
was
with
just
these
gonna get
vets.
into that.
Take it, Day. Take
They're
it,
9
friend.
and 12 with these vets.
I think it's 9 and 13 now. But
Oh, it's 9
misleading.
and 13.
But what I'm saying is that, okay, so I'll piggyback on where we're going. Tonight was a pure example. We still have an issue of closing out on the 3-point line.
Brutal.
With all these minutes, with all these vets. We still have an issue of our pick and roll defense. It happened like 4 or 5 times tonight. Everybody was like this at each other. We still have a problem containing the basketball. Kobe White was going whatever he wanted on Elfrid Payton.
And we lucked out that he was cold.
Right. You know how many times Elfrid Payton let Kobe White burn him and put Mitch or Noel on a 2-on-1 for an easy dump off? These issues should not still be happening more than a quarter in the season with veterans like Bullock, Payton, Rivers. Shouldn't be happening.
Yeah, and we didn't have a wide body center tonight like a Drummond that should have dominated. They had nobody in the 5 position tonight that should have been dominating or doing anything. But Thaddeus Young looked like he had the fountain of youth tonight against our team.
Daniel Gafford was shot 6 of 8.
He played real tough.
He shot 6 of 8 with 12 points and 9 rebounds.
The offensive rebounds, he was getting offensive rebounds a lot.
But he's a power forward playing 5.
I started the game saying, thank God we didn't make the trade for marketing. Day A was there. First 2 minutes of the game.
He balls out.
You know what? I said, you know what? I don't know. I watched Randle. He took him to the hole. He didn't score. He wasn't really effective. But I just saw he could not stop Randle.
Right.
And he's having a good season.
Marketing had 30 points through 3 quarters. So this morning we have a great individual. a smart Knicks fan, someone I respect as an individual. His name is Free Keith, and he said, "Do you know the Knicks defense is number 5, and that's the basis for who we are?" And I went like this, and he says, "Why are you doing that, Gi?" I said, "Because teams have missed their 3-pointers against us.
Yeah.
That's true.
What happens if
They've
teams
missed
get
their
hot?"
uncontested 3-pointers
Yeah,
against
free.
us.
See, now I don't know if Todman's doing this for the cameras and he's telling his team something else in the locker room and the film room, but he said post game, he said, "I thought we did a pretty good job of defending the 3 tonight." I
Get
went,
the hell
huh?
out of here. Yeah,
I'm
exactly.
like, dude, I
Watching
missed
a
count how
different
many
game.
open shots were taken. I mean, we're given. So if
I think
Chicago,
he's thinking that they didn't make any. That's why. But
If
there was a lot of open shots
Eric
from the
J,
perimeter.
go back. If teams shoot 36% against us for 3-point, we are a 1 and something team.
Yeah, we look. I mean, there's a lot of teams that we played that were missing. There's a lot of bad shots. They were open. Cleveland did it. They were at one. I think it's like the first game we played Cleveland. They were like first in the league in 3-point shots, and they were just, that game. They missed a ton of open shots. They just missed it.
But that wasn't
They
on the
weren't-
Knicks. That was on them.
Right,
Right.
but what I'm saying is it gives. But then it goes to the Knicks' defensive stats.
Oh yeah, but we've been saying that day. We've been saying that
So-
for
so
like
that's what I'm saying.
a couple of
It
weeks
looks
now.
like
And if
So
there was
I
any
think that's
game-
what I'm saying. That's what I think Tom Thibodeau's saying. Like, yeah, it looks good because those shots didn't hit. But if he looks, he's gonna look at the film and he'll see that there's a lot of open shots that Chicago had today.
Eric
I think
G,
that for the cameras, but
Eric G, we have walked the ball up the court all season.
mm-hmm.
Tonight we saw a team that we said, "Oh, we're better than them. We can beat them. We're gonna play at their pace." The Chicago Bulls made us look like complete dog crap.
Mm-hmm.
We
Here's the
could
scary
not-
part.
They have the second fastest pace in the NBA.
Yeah,
The Bulls.
They
We can't
run the
play
ball. They run the court.
And here's the scary part. They're 7th in the league in 3-point makes. They're 12th in the league in 3 points attempted, right? And they're 5th in the league in 3-point percentage. And they're 10th in the league in 2-point percentage. They didn't shoot well tonight.
No.
So what's going to happen on Wednesday after daybreak? Because both teams were on the back-to-back, right? So
Mm-hmm.
what's going to happen on Wednesday?
So we went from a
Same
good
thing,
team.
but only worse.
A good team can't say they just had a good loss and a bad loss. And that was my fear this morning. I said, this is a must-win game.
Yeah.
This is a must-win game. You don't go 50-50 with the Chicago Bulls and then the next week, the Knicks fans, because the Knicks fandom is at a different level. I learned that in the 90s. Our fandom is different.
Yeah, hard.
It's
You give us a
different.
little bit of hope. You give us something good, and we're gonna ride with it.
But also, we're students of the game. I've always loved going to the Garden. You listen to the crowd when somebody puts up a bad shot. You know, like that's a bad shot. You hear the crowd before any announcer saying, "What are you doing?" No one's under the boards or anything. I've always loved how astute
New
our
York fans
our
in general.
fans are. So we hang out and we know bad basketball, and we know we know fundamentals. And when we see not boxing out, we're seeing poor pick and rolls and stuff like that. It bothers us, and we're a lot more vocal than a lot of other towns.
And check this out. Here's another scary thing for Wednesday. We scored. What was the score tonight? We scored
102 to 110.
102.
We scored 102 points on the second worst defensive team in the league. Okay, we shot 42% against a team that is 29th in the league in opponent 2-point percentage. This is scary. Wednesday.
This is
The thing is, the only thing history-wise, usually on back-to-back same teams, you don't lose both games. It's kind of hard. You kind of see what this. You kind of have some. Now they have a day. They got to look at the film. Okay,
But so
we got
does
to know our
Chicago
spots.
too.
I know,
but
but
let's say we win the game
Mm-hmm.
on Wednesday.
Uh-huh.
These are my fears, Eric G.
you don't want to win it.
I'm not saying I want to win it. I'm saying I want to be who we are. What is the Knicks characteristic? Who are we through 25% of the season?
A
But
mediocre
I mean,
team.
we still got.
Right.
I just think that
No,
we still got
forget what
50
we have.
games.
No, that's not what I asked you, and I agree.
There's 50
Who
games.
have
The
we?
new whole coaching system. New coaching system.
Who have we been through 25% of the season?
You want me to be honest? We've been overachievers.
Overachievers and very lucky that the wins early in the season were games that
We've
teams
overachieved.
should have beat the hell out of us, and we lucked out. They just had a bad night shooting. So, and Zach
Not
Levine,
all the time. Not every game we've played that we won
yeah,
that team. We did. There's games where we did play better than that team, and they weren't just missing open shots.
and Zach Levine,
Cleveland,
take
go
it,
ahead.
take a GA. No, you please.
Cleveland, we destroyed them.
Mm-hmm.
They wanted to come to the basket. They said
Took it
stop
away.
shooting threes, and we destroyed them.
Boston.
Boston didn't have Tatum, but yes,
Yeah,
But
they
I
didn't
mean,
have.
they got Kemba back.
yeah.
Fine.
They had Jalen.
Kemba's not back. He's just in the lineup.
Fine.
Right. That was his first
Fine.
game back, by the way.
Yeah, it was
Fine.
his first game back. But if you in the line, I don't care. If you on the court, you ready to play. I don't. The excuses. I don't.
By the
I don't
eighth
hear
game of the season, Knicks fans were talking about we're the best defensive team in the league. And I'm telling you, I've been watching basketball. I plays basketball at a very high level. And I said, we had three teams that in the 3-point era shot less than 25% from the field, and we won those games. I'm watching veterans march out on the floor. Veterans are veterans for a reason, Eric G. For a
No, I
reason.
feel you.
Quickly
So
has outplayed.
I have a question for you, real quick. I have a
Go
question
ahead.
for you, Gi.
I'm sorry, sir.
Or and
Yes, sir.
Day and Steve. I mean, whoever you guys can all get in. What do you think about Quickly? You like
I,
what we got in Quickly?
I
I
think
love.
Quickly's special. I just mean, I think he's special, but I don't see him as a point guard. I see him as an electric scoring machine, like a Lou Williams, who, he said he was his favorite player off the bench.
Yeah, that was a cool moment. I saw that.
Yeah, take a GI. Your thoughts?
No, I mean, Quickly has as a 20. Let's put everything in perspective. He's a 25 pick in the NBA, and we're talking about him going to finish top 5 in the rookie of the year.
Yeah, for sure.
Come on, 25 pick going to finish top 5. That means he's going to finish better than 50% of the people that were drafted before him. Phenomenal.
Yeah, I agree.
But does that mean we should be outside of the lottery the next year because of that? That's what I am talking about. If you lose a certain, I'm not talking about tanking because tanking doesn't matter anymore. But if you lose a certain amount of games based upon your talent, your guarantee. I used to say top 3, but Joe Maiden.
That changed. Yeah.
Joe Maiden told me that it's top 4.
Mm-hmm.
I don't expect to win more than the top 4 teams, than the bottom 4 teams with this roster.
Right.
And so to me, Tibbs, hear me. You have done your job already.
Hey, if we get a top 5 pick, we may not get the point guard of our dreams, but we're going to get a serious player because right now it's Cade Cunningham, Jalen Suggs,
They got some talent.
Evan Mobley, Jalen Green,
very deep.
Jonathan Kuminga.
Yeah.
Woo! That's just the 5, and there's some others that we could throw in there.
Not only that, if Dallas,
oh, no doubt,
doesn't, we get 2 picks.
A few other shooters.
So, Steven,
maybe
let
you
me
can-
ask you a question. Said Quickly's not a point guard.
Yet,
And
at least.
And I don't think that he's like point guard. You know what I'm saying? But he shows flashes of being able to run the offense, right?
Exactly.
And break down the D and make good decisions. Tonight was a good example of that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
7 assists.
not only did he have 7 assists or only 1
6 rebounds.
turnover, he was doing a good job off the screen of getting into the defense and making the right decision from it. And he also has 6 rebounds as well. So when I see that, and I've seen a couple, and I've been said that Quickly shows flashes of being, and I'd say Quickly's a basketball player. And that's why I was real excited about it. And that's why I felt we need basketball players. I don't care if it's a point guard, a shooting guard, a center, or power. We just need basketball players. We need guys that know how to play basketball. Quickley knows how to play basketball. And I think at some point in time, he's going to be asked to have the ball in his hand a lot. And it might not be a point guard. Because, like, for example, we talked about it at Legion's show earlier. If we have the chance to get, like, a Jalen Suggs, for example, of course we're going to take him.
Have to.
Yeah.
But it doesn't mean that Quickley doesn't have, abilities that a point guard should have.
Doesn't make him obsolete. Doesn't make him obsolete.
Absolutely.
You know what I thought was really cool about Quickley? You'll always hear people say things, but you heard guys on the Clippers talk about, wow, this kid Quickley is special, man. He has, his floater at his age, and also Paul George said he's fearless. But one of the comments I love was from Tyronn Lue, the coach of the Clippers.
He just watched Kawhi.
He watched after he worked out. He sat and watched Kawhi do his workout, and he did that the other night with a few. And Lou said, that's how you become a great player. The kid, the way he's looking at the game, that if he's putting the time studying these guys in warm-ups, seeing their ritual and what they're going through, and and just a kid going up to a Lou Williams and saying, you were my favorite player.
That's cool.
That's nice. These are young kids, and sometimes you don't see that part of it. Rather than a kid that goes up to, has full of himself and goes up to LeBron,
a little cocky.
Sup? It's like, nah, man, be a little humble. But those little comments about Quickley, I think the way he's a gym rat, he works at the game, his shot selection will come together. He's shooting a little too far out for himself. He's doing too many Curry logo shots at this point. But like you said, Day, you saw tonight, he did a couple of drove into the lane and did a non-look kick out to the corner. He did a couple of, so it's coming to him. It's slowing down. And again,
and if you remember, when we first saw him in the preseason, what was the first thing we all said? He's got great body language.
Yeah.
He's very confident. He looks like he belongs out there.
And you know what he did twice tonight? Noel, they made blunders. And he went over to him, clapped his hands like, we're cool. Come on.
We're good.
Don't get down. Don't get down.
Yeah.
Some guys just have that. Young guys, it doesn't matter if you're young or old. He's a rookie. 21 games into his
But it's beyond his years as a rookie.
He got the heart. He got the heart and his leadership.
Right.
As a guard who has at 5'10" has played a bunch of 6'2" guards, and I've been faster than them, the thing they did was put me on their hip. And I saw what I couldn't do to them when they're and Quickley puts guys on his hip. So once he gets stronger and the ability to put them on his hip, he's going to be phenomenal. But here is my biggest fear with where the Knicks are right now. My biggest fear. We're overplaying. We're overkicking our coverage like I did with my wife. I love her to death. I overkicked my coverage. So when you see me walking around with her, you're like, how'd that guy get her, right? And that's what we're doing with Tibbs. We're like, how'd that team get that coach? But if I wasn't with her, I would need to be in the draft. I need to be in the draft. I need to be the most eligible bachelor in the world if I wasn't with her. And I don't want to lose, and I hope these young guys who aren't looking to get married don't understand. Let me bring it further, right? We have got to be realistic with who we are as a team.
Yes,
we have been, at least.
Yeah.
Hey, Freezy, if you're listening, Kev's backstage. If you can bring him in, you got the key. Thank you.
And this is why tonight is a very good evidence to show why Quickley needs to start, because we know who Elfrid Payton is already.
Yeah.
And we also know that Elfrid Payton is not a very good fit on this team.
Martial law.
Why
martial law.
Ladies and gentlemen, the one, the only law. Uncle Freezy.
I'm exclaiming martial law.
No, the ultimate optimist. The ultimate optimist.
What in the world are y'all talking about?
I don't know. I'm in
I-
cloud nine. I got ghetto
get cut off
intellect.
for
I've been
this.
waiting to
I
share,
literally just
be
got
in the
here.
same show with ghetto intellect, and finally, I I love my GI.
I love GI too, man. I love GI in the most brotherly way possible. You know what I'm saying? But as the mayor of Happyville, I'm declaring martial law. Right. And so I was at work, man. Then I got like a tummy virus thing started happening. And I was like, oh my goodness, I got like some tummy virus thing going on. And then I hear GI saying that the Knicks suck and we need to get a draft pick. And so I was like, yo, where are the flowers and roses on the show? And I looked and there were none.
Sometimes the truth hurts, Freezy.
I heard D. D was like, yeah, you know, the defense did such and such and such and such, and Chicago got whatever they wanted and such and such. And then I heard Hoodie Kev talk about how the vets suck and Knox and them should be playing. And so I was like, wait a minute, what's going on here? So I just want to throw out one thing just real quick, right? I don't want to get, and this is me, not y'all. This is me. I don't want to get into this conversation of the Knicks suck after we lost to Chicago, and the reason why is because we lost to Chicago on a back-to-back in two different cities. So we lost one game yesterday.
Chicago was on a back-to-back too.
Right, but Chicago didn't have to get on a plane. Right. So
That's a quick flight, man.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, I know, but it's an early game. They played an early game yesterday.
Right. And I hear y'all. I hear y'all.
We didn't say they suck. We were just saying keeping it real.
No. So I heard the roster is inadequate and devoid of elite talent. That's what I heard.
And that's the truth.
Yeah.
My question, can I ask you one question, please? Let me ask you a question going down.
Yes, I am the mayor of Happyville. Is that your question?
But when are the excuses going to run out? And I get this all the time as a Knoxer, and I said, when are the excuses going to run out? When are we going to say, oh, well, it was back to back? And
hey, by the way, Hoodie Kev, nice to meet you.
Yes, I've seen you several times on
Hoodie Kev. Hey, Hoodie
Kev,
that was a trap because Ghetto Intellect is a great debater. So don't confuse that handshake as one that's it's very nice to meet you. It's one. The introduction is I'm letting you know who I am, Hoodie Kev.
No, it's the introduction of the Hoodie Intellect and Hoodie Kev.
I'll just say this. The Knicks tonight is my turf, and I'm gonna leave it at that.
Oh!
And I stand down to you, sir. I stand down to you.
Hey, so Hoodie Kev, just know that the Knicks morning drive is the Ghetto Intellect surf. So just be aware. So just be aware. Just be aware that the Ghetto Intellect is a pit viper. He had been warning you the whole show that he's a pit viper, right? But he didn't necessarily call himself a pit viper. He said he used words like accountant and intellect and things like that. So don't get it twisted. This dude is sharp and snaps like a bear trap. I'm just letting you know.
I have seen him a minute now. I've also heard him call me out before, but I'm gonna pay that no mind.
And you deserve to be. And you deserve to be called out. And you know what else, Hoodie Kev? I believe you like being called out.
I don't know why I would. Here's my thing. Hoodie Kev.
Have you ever turned down a challenge? Hoodie Kev, have you ever turned down a challenge?
Who am I to turn down a challenge?
Okay, all right.
I grew up in band. Okay.
All right. Okay, I'm just.
Where was that? Where was that band?
Yes.
Day.
Band. BAND, musical band.
Oh, okay. Like
what do you think
University,
about all these minutes?
like Howard University, like Florida A&M.
A couple conversations going on.
Well, something I would love it. It's something like that. Yes, but we can't turn down challenges.
And can I ask y'all to stand down in the ego contest just for a second because I want to throw something at you. I think so. So I think so. So I think, and this is no disrespect, but I think all of y'all are wrong about the Knicks. And not a teeny bit, not a teeny bit, not a teeny bit, not a teeny bit. But I think because here's why. Here's why. You don't beat elite level talent in the NBA if you don't have elite level talent.
You don't beat them consistently.
I don't know where you're going.
Anyone can win on a regular night, but over the long haul, as we were saying, Dave, statistically over the long haul, as we said, the cream comes to the top. This team is going to show who they are by the end of the season.
All I'm going to say is this. Throughout the whole off season and training camp, when we were bringing in staff, what was Nick's front office and coaching staff preaching? What were they preaching? Were they not preaching development? Were they not bringing in a developmental staff?
Patience.
Right? We're talking about development, right? So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We have 7 players, 7 that have been drafted by the Knicks within the last 4 years, technically. 7 on this roster. You can literally say, one of the rookies, I'm not counting it, one player has been given free reign to develop, and that's RJ Barrett. Because I can't sit here and say that Mitchell Robinson has been given free reign to develop. I can't, when people tell you not to do something, that's not getting free reign. We've seen 3 players be completely benched, left out of rotation. One player volunteered to go to the G League. One player who you can see his leash is getting shorter and shorter and shorter game by game. And another one who just exploded on the scene, and the coaches would get killed if they didn't play him. So my thing is, how is this, with that long list of things I just said, how is this development when you have players, veterans, on one-year contracts coming in here? You said we don't have elite talent, but let's call a spade a spade. If you're going to develop the young players, the only way to develop them is to have them play. There's no reason to say we're going to develop, unless you're developing Austin Rivers after he's been on 6 teams in 7 years, or Reggie Bullock, or Alec Burks. Are you developing them? Are you still developing Taj Gibson? Is Taj Gibson still in development?
Hey, Hildy Kev, let's give it back to Uncle Freezy. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you.
Because I see that look that he's giving me.
Right, and
like
I'm giving you that look like
I'm the mayor. Let me talk.
Right, I'm giving him the look like I want you to be right so bad. Hoodie Kev, I want you and Eric G to come to my side. It's called, and the side that I want you on is called the bright side of things.
Well, right. I do think that there's a.
I want to hear his bright side first.
Listen. Even if you don't come over to my side, I at least want you and Hoodie Kev to take a look on this bright side and see what's over before you come over. You don't have to commit fully, but if you take a look over there and see what's over there, you may voluntarily walk over.
Well, let me preach. Let's preach. I want to hear it.
Yeah, I'm all ears. I'm ready
so
for this.
Interested to hear this.
Right, and hey, listen, man, me too. Right, so because I heard. So for one, I wanted to bring up the thing that I heard Dave say about the Bulls getting a lot of open shots. Right, y'all remember that? The pick and roll, the pick and pop, the pick and
Randle,
pop.
Mitch, and yeah.
Right.
And I second the motion, by the way.
And there's no such thing as a third, but I third the motion. But in Robert's rule of order, you only need a second.
Right. No, I feel y'all, man. And so when you're dealing with smart dudes, it's best to listen to what the smart dudes have to say. And I find myself doing that, right? I listened. So what I can't figure is why you guys are slamming the Knicks perimeter defense on a nightly basis. Like, the Knicks they give up too many threes. This is suspect. It can't last.
It's been bad.
It's the numbers, Freeze. the numbers, go to NBA, it's the stats. We're third in the league.
You don't even have to go. Honestly, you don't even have to go.
The eyes don't lie. You're right.
The
eyes don't lie. You're right.
You
don't even have to go to. Thank you. Eric.
So what's league average? What's league average on 3-point attempts?
Like I think 36.5.
36.5. So the Chicago Bulls tonight shot 32.4.
And most of them were open threes.
And the eyes don't lie. But if there is
we shot 20.7.
And so if there is somebody accountable, somebody that knows numbers, there's somebody that can deal with numbers on a daily basis. Like my homeboy Jeremy is an accountant, right? And he's got some homeboys. They have like an accountant crew. It's like a bunch of dudes. They went to So it's a bunch of dudes. They went to like the HBCUs, right? But they're accountants. They got their like accounting degrees, passed the state test and all this stuff.
Freezy.
So
I'm a certified public accountant. I work for KPMG.
You're certified something.
I work for a big four accounting firm, but go ahead. Talk about your other friends, but go ahead.
No. So my homeboy Jeremy, man, they always tell me like, Uncle Freezy, you know what I'm saying? The numbers don't lie. You know what I'm saying? These numbers these numbers tell a story and all these things. And I'm not I took an accounting class and I barely passed. I think, and I'm thinking, dear Lord, baby Jesus, I passed because I need to get my degree in order to do it, right? You know what I'm saying? So whatever. But the numbers don't lie in this case. So if y'all tell me league average is 36.5 and the Chicago Bulls shot less than that, that means the Chicago Bulls did not shoot at league average against this defense that y'all say are overrated. And y'all gonna tell me that the eyes don't lie, right? That's what y'all gonna tell me. That the eyes don't lie. But we can't have it be one day, the Clippers shot us out of the gym and the eyes don't lie, and then the next day say the same thing.
It's the same problem as yesterday.
Because the thing is this. Please, the thing is this.
It didn't change from yesterday.
Hold on. Y'all have been at this for a while. I just want to say my piece. So you can't say a team yesterday that a shot above that average, the eyes don't lie, and be credible, and then the next day a team shoots below that average, and y'all say the eyes don't lie and be credible because the results are different. Either the Knicks played either the eyes don't lie yesterday or the lies don't lie today with a different result, but it can't be both because what it sounds like is that we're picking nits. You know what I'm saying? Like we're nitpicking on something just to criticize because the result yesterday, a team shot overwhelmingly good. You know what I'm saying?
The results were the same, Freezy, though. The results were the same.
No,
this has been a problem the whole season.
The results are not the same.
Thanks,
because the Clippers and the Bulls did not shoot the same percentage, so the results are not the same.
There was a lot of this going on.
Man,
Kev, take.
Now, yesterday I came on here, right, and I was mad because I was like, "There's no such thing as good losses."
Wait. So I made a statement, and nobody addressed like what I said.
We did.
I wanted to, but it was Kev's turn.
Okay.
So I came on here yesterday, and I said, "No, there's no such thing as good losses. We lost, and they beat us, and this is why they beat us." And the same thing is going to happen if we don't address it. Tonight, the same thing happened, and we didn't address it. Maybe lack of practice or whatever. I've said this on numerous occasions that these numbers are deceiving. Stephen Fox probably has been on record as saying that these numbers. I've said that on numerous occasions. Tom Thibodeau, and this is I'm going to put this on the record, and I want this to go over to the morning show and on every other Knicks show.
That's ghetto intellect. Hey, that's ghetto intellect.
No stabs.
No. Tom Thibodeau, I said this yesterday. Tom Thibodeau is a relic, preaching something that is obsolete.
What's this have to do with what Freezy's saying?
That's exactly what.
Please get to the point because I have something to directly
Because
speak to
we keep
Freezy.
talking
Cav,
about
get there,
this.
please.
We're talking about this defense, right? On that was really good 25 years ago, but does not work. Does not work now. It just doesn't.
Okay.
Okay, but what does this have to do with Freezy's point saying that?
Yeah, because I have something specific to speak to that. Go ahead,
because
Dave.
Freezy's argument is that because the Bulls shot 11 of 34 at 32% below league average tonight, that our defense was somehow in some way responsible for that.
You gotta listen to the question, Cav. We do that in the morning.
Because
no stabs.
Because when you have your defensive foundation is to have people fall back, as Tom Thibodeau says, and to put this bluntly, he wants to clog. He wants you to take away the layups and leave the 3-point line pretty much open that you just have to get back and recover, right? And this works.
It's every team.
But at least he's getting to the point, Dave. He's getting to the point.
Right. At least it works. And when we play Orlando and you have Dwayne Bacon shooting wide open threes, no, he's not a 3-point shooter. It looks good for our statistics.
Patrick Patterson.
Yes. So when you have teams that can shoot threes, they're still, regardless of whether they make them or miss them, they're still wide open looks. And you'd rather have a good wide open look. Most teams offensively would have a good open look and just be okay with that if you have shooters that can make them. Sometimes you make them, sometimes you miss. No one's shooting 100% from the field. That's impossible.
Take it, Ghetto.
So, Uncle Freeze, and I love you because my position in the morning means important to me. So I don't go against your position often. You know that. But the fact of the matter is, when the game started, I don't know if you watched the telecast. I said, I would never want. No, I mean the podcast Legions.
Oh yeah, I watched it.
I said I would never want a Lauri Markkanen because in the first 3 plays of the game, he was sticking Julius, and Julius went right past him.
Yep.
And then Lauri proceeded to hit open jumper. After open, in fact, he had 30 points through 3 quarters.
Beat him back door, took him to the paint.
Go ahead, Day. Come on, Day. So
hit a 3 from 28.
The rest of the podcast, I said, Lauri, I apologize. Please forgive me. I didn't mean to speak bad of you because the Knicks' identity is defense. We're not an offensive team. We probably average 96 points a game. That's just my quick.
I think 102.
It's 101 or 2, but
yeah, 102.
I see your point.
But we're not gonna. Our intent is not to go out and outscore people. But tonight we went out and said, "Okay, Chicago, we're gonna let you do whatever we want because we're gonna do whatever we want in tune with what we just did with LA yesterday. Chicago beat us the same way LA did. So my question is.
Or we lost the same way as we did yesterday.
Exactly. Thank you, Steve. What is our identity? We're supposed to be a defensive team through 25 games. We have to pick an identity. Either we're going out to outscore teams or we're going to stop them.
We don't have the talent, the scorers to outscore team. So we had no choice but to try to defend better.
So if we defend horribly like we did tonight, even though I understand when Uncle Freezy is saying from a number standpoint, but the optics of it, they did whatever they had 12 to 14. You were there, Day A. Easy dunk layups that we didn't contest. So it wasn't just the 3-pointers. We were horribly defensively all over the floor. And my position has been, other than the Cleveland game the other day where we clogged the middle and they didn't hit outside shots. I mean, we clogged the middle. I mean, anytime they came to the middle, we had 3 or 4 defenders around them. So, Uncle Freezy, I'm starting to say It's a brand of basketball that has us very close to 500, below 500, but very close, better than what we anticipated to date. It's not working. And we're given major minutes. Heard me say
It's a
these
journeyman.
names: Burks, Bullocks, and Rivers, and it ain't working. When are we going to give these minutes to Knox, Ntilikina, and DSJ to develop? We have to make a decision. Are we going to go out?
Yeah.
Are we going to go out to attempt to win games and play the vets who helped win games? Or are we going to develop? We're in this conundrum. We're in this purgatory. And I don't think it's fair to the fans to continue to stay there. And then we lose to teams like Chicago in a must-win game. That's my frustration. You heard me say it on the morning show. Kev, we speak specifics on the morning show. And I said, where are we going? I want to have a definition. I want to have a characteristic. And until we do that, I'm not satisfied with where the Knicks are.
You think that, I know I would have loved to win tonight, but you think that it's a must win?
So
based on Sunday's performance, yeah.
Right.
I don't think it was a must win.
So
Even good teams have bad stretches.
But Eric, my issue is not the team's philosophy going forward. Remember, my issue was what I had heard before I jumped on, and so the ghetto intellect was right about how we look at certain people's thoughts and stuff. Like I legit listened, like I listened to D when he was breaking down stuff, and he was and my man is super smart, and I value that, right? I value that and I respect that. I value it first and I respect it second. You know what I'm saying? Because what he brings to the table is much more than we usually get, because somebody could have legit jumped on here and said Elfrid Payton can't shoot. You know what I'm saying? Or start Frank. But my man broke down some stuff and I appreciate that because I get takeaways. Like I could take away stuff from the conversation when I hear my man break down stuff.
So
right?
Enlighten us how we can see the bright side.
So
the bright side of what y'all were saying is this. For one, instead of looking at the roster, how about we look at the coach's strategy? How about we say Billy Donovan outcoached Tom Thibodeau tonight? Can we look at that? Because just like my man said in the chat, Chicago ran the same weak side play, isolating two players against one player, forcing one player to either commit to the three or commit to the baseline cut. And so when the player commits to the three, it looks as if he gives up a backdoor cut, right? Or if he commits to the backdoor cut, it looks as if the player got a wide open three, right? That's what y'all had been saying the whole time. They got wide open threes. They backcourt us to death. That's what I heard y'all say, right?
Why were they running the same play over and over?
Because it was effective.
Thank you. They weren't stopping. We
weren't
stopping them.
So my point to that is why didn't the coach change up defenses? Is it solely on the player?
No.
Is it solely on the player? Because if it's solely on the player, what do we need coaches for?
Because Freeze, it's not the defense. I'm sorry, Kev. I'm gonna let you go right after me. I apologize. I'm just fast. Excuse my speed. It's not the defense. It's the pace of play. We tried to match their pace of play, and unfortunately, we learned tonight we don't have those players to play at that pace. I'm shutting up. Kev, go.
I would actually like to disagree with that statement. I think
which statement?
Yeah, which
mine or
ghetto intellect statement.
Okay.
I believe we do have the players to run up tempo. They're just in the garage.
Yeah.
It's like when you have a sports car and you have it under your tarp, and you only want to bring it on the weekends. You only do that because this weekend it rains. He's like, nah, I'm going
The
to
Knicks don't have a sports car on the bench. That I will not agree with.
I'm giving an analogy. I'm not.
Oh, that's a bad one.
I think Emmanuel Quickley is a sports car, but again.
Okay, let Kev.
Yeah, but he's playing 30+ minutes a game.
What I'm saying is, Tom Thibodeau even alluded to this early. He says we have young players, and we want to use and utilize our young players and get them up and down the court. You remember when Tom Thibodeau said that?
Yeah, in preseason.
And so
athleticism and youth.
When you
Thank you, Foxy.
When you have Mitchell Robinson and Knox and Obi and RJ and Quickley, who are literally 2021 type of players that you just want to let them play. Just let them play and let them run up and down the court. What do? Nah, let's put them on the bench and let's run out Elfrid Payton, and who isn't a fast-paced type of player. Let's run out Julius. Let's not even run out Julius Randle. Let's Julius Randle, one of the slower, more deliberate players, handle the ball and have him bring up the court.
Well, it's a strategy for our defense.
Yes, thank you, Foxy. So I'm not sure what he disagreed with me in, but let me shut up.
What I'm saying is we have the horses to do it, but the head coach is like, I'm going to park the horses that can do this for these older horses that have pulled my wagon in the past, and I feel are more, in my mind, regardless of what the result says, right? Who cares about results, is I feel players who have years on their belt, who can understand all the concepts that I want to get them in, are better than the young players who I've already said are better suited to run fast pace.
Kev,
I think there's a lot of overreaction.
I'm sorry, you were saying something.
Right. So what Kev is saying is he's coming on over to the bright side.
No,
because what you said just now is blame the coach for the personnel decisions.
Yeah, I mean that's obviously
that's what you said. That's what you said, right? So you
don't blame the coach. You blame the GM who puts the players on the team. That's who he has, and that's why I'm thinking that it's a strategy, that it's a tank from the front office by putting these journeymen in there, and he's doing the best he can. But you can only get so much out of who they are who they are.
Wait, what are the options?
So my thing is this. So regardless,
yeah, you'll go next.
Yeah, okay.
Whoever. So Leon Rose can bring someone in, right? And it's up to who to play them,
right?
Tibbs.
How is the Leon Rose thing?
Right.
It's not a front office thing. That's a Tom Thibodeau thing.
Right.
Because there's nothing that's saying he can't keep Austin Rivers, Alec Burks, Nerlens Noel on the bench. There's nothing saying that Leon Rose did not give him you got to play these $5 million a year veterans.
Ultimatums.
I'm pretty sure Leon Rose did not tell Tom Thibodeau that at all.
Okay.
Some GMs do that, but I'm not saying that Leon.
I don't think Leon Rose told Tom Thibodeau that.
I don't think so either, but they do.
So we lost sight of how this all happened. Freezy came on, and he made a statement. And the statement was that because the Bulls shot 11 of 34 for the three-point line at 32%, that somehow or some way our defense was responsible for that. Is that not true, Freezy?
That is exactly right.
Okay, cool.
And on both aspects, the fact that I said it and the fact that it happened, I believe are both true.
No, okay, that's fine. There are, 1, 2, 3, 4. I think 5 other people would disagree with you, Freezy, humbly disagree with you, that was not the case. It was open three. I lost count about how many open threes the Chicago Bulls had. And I have it written down on my notes.
Or over the last 2 games.
Imagine, right, and the West Coast trip too. Imagine if Chicago hit their shots tonight. This would have been a different game.
No, D, I don't want to imagine. I want you to be in the moment. Because I'm gonna shoot down your argument, right? I'm gonna shoot this thing down, but I'm not even gonna waste the good bullets. I'm gonna shoot this down with the bad bullets.
Not even the hollows.
Yeah, I ain't go.
So let me hear this.
We did lose, Uncle Freezer. We did lose, by the way.
We did lose. But so
what the problem with the bright side is? You can see good.
Yeah. Well, and the problem with the dark side is that you can't. You know what I'm saying? So I mean,
it's a simple question. No. It's a simple question. Did Chicago shoot 11 of 34 tonight because of good Knicks defense on the 3-point line and closing out, or because they missed open shots? Which one of the two?
Wait. It can't be
Rest your case, counselor. You're gonna win.
Right. It can't be yes or no and multiple choice. So if you rephrase, right? But okay, all right. So I'll answer it with a statement. Since it was yes or no and multiple choice, I'll answer with a statement, right? So the reason why this thing is deceptive is because y'all assume that all 3-point attempts are made the same, and they are not. All 3-point attempts.
You lost me on that one, my brother.
Nobody said that. We literally discussed the different ways on
Foxy,
how.
Because you have to let me
Foxy,
finish.
he's been saying that all morning, every morning.
Y'all have to. You have to let me finish. You have to let me finish what I'm saying. That's why you can't get it. So all 3-point attempts are not equal. Period. Right? All 3-point attempts. No. You assume they were and asserted the notion because you use numbers. So
no, I didn't.
Uncontested free throws and uncontested 3-pointers and contested 3-pointers are different.
Freezy, I
and the Knicks gave up a lot of uncontested 3-point shots that the team that was shooting them missed.
Freezy, I literally described 3 different ways as to how the 3-point shot was open tonight.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so, go through that one more time just for me, because
pop.
Right.
From the pick and roll,
yep,
which they had to suck down, opens up the shooters, right, and the driving kick.
Right.
And never get back to your man in the corner.
So all 3 shots are created equal, and nobody said that.
But what you didn't outline, and that's a great take, because basketball coaches assume everybody views the game as a basketball coach, but they don't. So this is what the way I look at it as a fan, right?
Okay.
When you say pick and pop, right? I understand what pick and pop is.
Mm-hmm.
I understand what it is, but what you do is you put a defender in jeopardy. Like a defender has to overcome a screen to scramble back to one player or the other, right?
Mm-hmm.
Either the pick person who is the popper or the ball handler, right? But what you didn't outline is this, and it's the reason why this argument don't hold water. And I'm not saying it's a dumb argument. I'm just saying it's a basic argument. It's elementary. What you don't describe is who the shooter is. That's what you don't describe. That's what you don't outline. All 3-pointers are not made the same. That's like saying the Knicks shot 23s tonight. Elfrid Payton was wide open for 6 of them. Wait a minute. Are you including all the 3-point shooters together? Because in my mind, Elfrid Payton can't shoot. And so to assume that Elfrid Payton will shoot, Elfrid Payton. So to assume that a non-3-point shooter being wide open is not good defense. It's crazy.
That's not what happened tonight.
That's not what happened at all tonight.
I agree with you. I'm on the bright side.
I'm not sure.
But I don't agree with the 3-point argument.
So every time I bring up a good point, everybody go crazy. And listen,
you're the only one who thinks it's a good point.
So next time I bring up a good point, I just want y'all to cheer my name. Just go.
But look at the stats.
Listen to me.
Freezy, look at the stats.
Wait, hold on. It's okay. I got him, Steven. Freezy, listen to me. Okay, this team shoots 38% from 3, which is 5th in the league.
Right.
Okay? They also make 42 threes a game, which is 9th in the league. So what?
No. They don't make 42. They don't make 42 on 3.
They make 14 a game. I'm very sorry. They make 14 a game, which is 7th in the league. You know what that means, Freezy? This team can shoot threes. Right? So just because, right, Garrett Temple went 0 for 5 tonight, right? And Kobe White went 1 of 4, right? And Patrick Williams went 0 for 3. does not mean that they're not good 3-point shooters.
Laurie and Zach went 50%.
Right.
So
wait a minute.
And I got you. Okay. So now what I'm trying to tell you is that when Patrick Williams went 0 for 3, when Garrett Temple went 0 for 5, when Kobe White went 1 for 4, and Lauren Marketing shot 6 of 12, and Zach LaVine shot 3 of 6, 75% of those 3-point attempts were open.
Mm-hmm. I love when you make my point. So the next time I just want you to chant my name.
How did that make your point?
You said it was predicated on defense. I'm telling you it's not.
And I'm telling you we have to apply a level of common sense here. What I'm saying is there's so here's the thing. You know Kobe White to be the Nick killer.
I don't care about that.
I don't think about Reggie. I don't think about Kobe White at all.
So here's the thing. Reggie Miller, maybe. Right. So the chat. I'm gonna enlist the virtual chat to y'all know Kobe White to be the Nick killer, right? Kobe White kills the Knicks from 3-point land, right? But tonight, in his first game against Tom Thibodeau, he goes 1 for 4.
But that one killed us.
but that one killed your argument. You did but D and
was it open?
It was uncontested that one he hit open.
Was it open?
What about the other 3?
Freezy, how many assists did the Chicago Bulls have tonight?
I don't know. I don't even care.
30. No, you should care because they had 30. You know what that means? That means they got whatever the hell they wanted. Yep.
No, so okay. So I'll stand with you on that one. I'll stand with because that was
what do we have? 25 top, 22.
We had 21, which is our league average, our team average.
But to say Kobe White, who kills the Knicks from 3 historically, goes 1 for 4 the first time he sees a Tom Thibodeau defense.
He's only played us a couple of times, Freeze.
He only had one great game where Roy Williams came to watch him.
Freezy, you're the only one on this panel that is saying that the Chicago Bulls, 75% of the 3-point shots were not open. You're the only one that's saying it.
Well, no, what I'm saying is you gave a stat. You said they were 7th in the NBA in 3-point percentage, right?
I said Chicago was.
Chicago.
Yes.
And tonight they shot 32% below their average. And you're saying you're saying great job, Chicago Bulls.
No, he's saying bad job, Nick defense.
Yeah, I'm saying bad job, Nick defense, because they gave up so many threes.
Okay.
Listen, I agree that there's
somebody that looked at numbers.
No, listen, Freeze.
Because their average versus their production.
I watched the game too.
Is a negative. So their average versus their production tonight is a negative number, right? But we want to turn it into a negative number for the Knicks.
Eric G, I'm gonna let you go. But Freezy, how do you for Eric G, hold on one sec. How do you then explain the 14 points that they had uncontested for dunks?
Yeah.
For dunks.
So the dunks thing is a separate conversation. Right? It's a separate thing.
But that's how they made up. But that's
all under the umbrella of our
defense was so bad that when they missed threes, they had wide open, easy 14 points that you could have scored cutting back door.
And getting offensive rebounds. Chicago was getting.
Hold on. I need to sit down, man, and for a second because these goalposts are moving in front of me, and I don't want to get get confused. So the thing is, we started like 20 minutes ago. We started talking about the Bulls getting wide open 3-point shots and not making them, and y'all was saying that the Knicks defense was bad because the Bulls got wide open looks and they didn't make them.
Actually, we said the defense was bad all around. But go ahead.
No. Well, all around.
And we also said that the defense was bad because those 3-point shots were open.
Right.
Yeah.
So thank you for clarifying because that's exactly what I said just now.
And we also said that we lacked energy and effort.
Yeah, and so I don't disagree with that. I don't disagree with that point. I think I agree with that.
Given everything that you're saying, I agree that there's some bright spots with this team. There's some things that I like about them. It comes in spurts and in moments. But I don't agree with the 3-point argument that you have.
I know, and it's because Ghetto Intellect is a smart dude, and he had his hands on you first, Eric G.
That has nothing to do with that.
Ghetto Intellect
I'm a grown
disagrees
man.
with you as well.
But if I had been here first, I think you would be on the bright
That's
side.
a lie. That's not true.
He disagrees
Not at
with
all.
you as well, Freezy.
Freezy is such an instigator. It's not even funny.
Listen, I'll tell you this. I think that the Knicks, there is some promise for some of the guys on the roster. Tom Thibodeau wants to win, but he wants to develop. And there is a point where you could develop off the bench. Guys, he sees who practices. We don't. He knows who he thinks deserves to be on the court. And those are the guys who he has in the rotation.
Eric G,
we may not agree with it.
Hold on. Can I say something?
But your argument for 3-point contested
next,
and
Kev.
uncontested is inaccurate.
But
Hey, just real quick, let's just welcome our guest, Trizzy Trey.
Trizzy, what up?
It was good.
Salute.
Hey, so Eric G, I just want to ask you a simple question. When you subtract 36 from 32.4, do you get a negative number?
What was that?
When you subtract 36, which is what the Chicago Bulls shoot on a nightly basis, from 32.4, which is what they gave up, what they shot tonight, do you get a negative number?
Yes.
Yeah, but come on. I know what you're trying to do here, and it makes no sense.
Listen. I agree with
how is math? How does math not make sense?
That makes no sense because
how you applying the equation.
You're applying that the math
result.
is because the defense altered those shots. They didn't. They just missed them.
I wish I had somebody in here that was a
Yo,
professional.
I got you, Freezy.
You do? Oh, Ghetto's a CPA, man.
Nah. Because I agree with Freezy to a certain extent. For example, how much threes did Lauri Markkanen have tonight? He had 6.
He shot 6
right?
to 12.
Yeah.
6 to 12. Well, how much threes? He took 12 threes?
12.
Yes.
50%.
He just said
Shot
6 to 12
50%
threes.
from 3.
Okay. And how much threes did they make for the game? 11?
Well, we already
14.
established that.
14.
14?
No, they made 11.
So if you think about it, and then most of their 3-point shooters were shooting bad from 3 tonight, right?
Yes.
For example, like Temple, Kobe White, you could say, and not Patrick Patterson. What was his name?
That was yesterday.
Thaddeus Young.
Williams.
Right?
Thaddeus Young.
What I'm getting to is that majority of their threes came from one person, and that one person was guarded by Julius Randle. I feel like Julius had a good game, but defensively, he had an awful game. If he would have put more effort going through those screens and tightening up on Lauri Markkanen, that 3-point percentage will be way lower than it is.
Yeah, but Trizzy, he didn't say that. But Freezy didn't say that. But I hear you.
I'm trying to back up what he's trying to say. Like, people trying to make it seem like it's the coach, but is it really the personnel that was on the floor?
Oh, no coaching.
It's not. That's not in the lines of the argument, though.
Yeah, we never
I
said
have
it
no
was
problem
the,
with the
we never
coaching.
said it was
You got to
the
play the
coaching.
game.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like, majority of them threes that came from the Bulls is from Markkanen. If you subtract Markkanen threes or just cut that in half, they wouldn't be shooting as well.
Yeah, but we're talking. That's hypothetical speaking. Hypothetically speaking, that makes sense.
Those ifs.
But the reality is that they made the shots.
Yeah, but if that one person exuberated more effort on the defensive end to contest those shots, we would be talking a different story.
But
I don't know that. I don't know that that's true.
Randle was one
They
of the culprits.
They weren't contested. That's the argument.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you,
Freezy.
Dave.
Freezy, you better call another friend.
But
Yeah, and also Trizzy, man, you said in the chat that Colby's was a contested 3 that he put up.
Yeah, Quickley
Wide
closed
open.
out on it.
Man, we must have been watching 2 different games. Just because you see Quickley jumping in the
Nah,
air, that was jumping in the air
was
2
too late.
seconds too late.
Yeah,
It was
too
seconds
late.
But you trying to make it seem like it was completely uncontested. His hand was there. If you look
The
closely,
hand was
his
there
hand
after
pretty
the
much
ball
was
left
right,
his
man.
hands.
He contested it.
A late contest in the NBA is considered an open shot.
Thank
Freezy,
you.
I agree with you. Mathematically, they shot less than what they historically shoot for the season. It would be ignorant to argue any other point. But your suggestion that the Knicks caused that is what we're contesting. And we're just saying, go ahead.
Who caused it?
They just missed the shot.
They just missed shots.
and it's what I've been arguing all season. that our defense is overrated, that teams have missed shots that they've had that we had nothing to do with, but we were blessed to deal with. But and thank God, because our offense is so bad that we can't go out and get 110 points a game.
Oh, watch this. I got you guys. Watch this.
Go ahead, Dan.
No. Go ahead. Go ahead. Finish because I'm going to finish up here. Go ahead.
No, but our offense is so bad, and we have overachieved because we played some good teams early. Look what the Bucks shot. Freezy, I brought these stats out on the morning show. Teams have shot 28% on us, 17% on us from three, 13% on us. And then I started to believe, well, you know what? It's the Knicks defense. And then I watched how we played yesterday, which we called the bad loss. And I said, you know what, Brad? You get you out. Ghetto intellect, you get you out. Because people enjoyed that bad loss where we played horrible defense. Let's play that same defense tomorrow and lose to the Bulls, and then you have a strong point. A Free Keith said we played great defense, and I went like this at the end of the podcast this morning. I said, man. And he said, why are you saying that? We're fifth in the NBA. I don't buy it.
Let me show you something, Freezy.
Okay.
You made an argument, right, that it could have possibly been good Knick defense because, like, for example, if teams make Elfrid Payton shoot the three, good job defense, right? Because it's an open three and he shoots a low percentage, right? So Patrick Williams shot 0 for 3 tonight, right? Kobe White shot 1 of 4, and Garrett Temple shot 0 of 5. This is the 3-point percentages they shoot for the season. Kobe White's at 36%. Patrick Williams is at 40%, and Temple's at 38%.
Rest your case, counselor.
Chuck.
I don't
finish him.
I don't understand what that means.
That means that those guys were. You said a 3-point shot's not a 3-point shot. It depends on who's shooting it, and they just told you the 3 guys that shot it are averaging above league average in 3-point shooting. It wasn't Peyton.
Were all these shots wide open though?
So
Quickley is hilarious, by the way.
So okay. So I get where you're going, but at the end of the day, at the end of this game, the Bulls shot 32.4%.
And it wasn't because of Knick defense. So that's the end of that.
Oh, so who was responsible then?
That's what he do.
The Chicago Bulls for not making open threes.
Ding, ding, ding.
Right. But we make this this broad brush statement against a team that shoots 28% from three. Like, oh, if they didn't shoot 28%, then such and such. Well, what other defense was out there? I just want to know. I just because it makes no sense to me. Because if the Knicks defense is on the court when it occurs, that means they defended.
Or did not defend. Or lack thereof. Lack thereof.
Can I throw something at you, Freezing? I want to throw something at you, and I want you to answer this question.
I think this is a wrap, Jim.
I want to ask this one question. You said at the end of the game, the score was 110-112.
102.
Excuse me, 110-102. Why did the Bulls have 110 points? So you can answer your own question.
No, I'm not answering that question.
Why did the Bulls have 110 points?
And so here's the reason why I'm not answering that question specifically. Is because if you have a point to make your point. When Uncle Freezy has
they had 110 points to make.
I make my point. You know what I'm saying?
You can't answer the question because answering that question will answer your own question.
Listen, the reality is the Knicks were terrible defensively today. No matter how you put it, if the Chicago Bulls made the shots or missed shots, we got to move on.
Eric, you have your thoughts. Freezy has, but we're granted now. We're blessed that we have the truth. Oh, he just left.
Gone.
The truth just
I
left.
know, Chuck.
I want to hear Chuck's Bring back Chuck.
His
Bring
phone
back
must
Chuck.
He must
Bring
not have
back
his laptop
Chuck.
back.
Yeah, you on his phone.
They're calling him Herman in the chat.
Yo, that's mean. He's a handsome man. That ain't
We
no
need to-
Herman. I gotta
we-
ask Gato a question. I thought
Go
you
ahead.
loved the old Sly Fox. I thought you loved Foxy. What are you saying? We only the morning show deals in facts. What do we deal with?
No, Kevin, and I apologize, Foxy, because Hoodie Kev immediately took mantle as if he represents the Nick at Night podcast. So I tagged him without looking at who the real captain of the ship is. Please forgive me.
And that's Freezy.
I know who. No, that's and outside of Freezy, that's you. Please forgive me.
Oh no!
But Hoodie Kev
I
start-
thought you loved your brother here.
I know.
But
No,
listen-
Hoodie Kev started acting as the captain of the ship.
Hey, Chuck B, come back.
Can I say something?
Hey,
Can I
he's
say something real
co-captain.
quick? I think that the Knicks defense struggled tonight. But given that, they were competitive. They were in the game the whole game into the last minute.
If you're
If Randle
lethargic,
doesn't
then you're
turn-
not.
listen,
That's
if
not.
the Randle-
That's not
if the-
competitive if you start off
No.
lackluster.
Listen, if Randle doesn't turn the ball over there and they get a basket, we may be having a different conversation. We may
or
still talk
RJ
about
hits
that.
RJ hits
we
the
may-
shots.
One of
We
his
may
threes
talk
that
about
he
the
took in
defensive.
last
We
5
may
minutes.
still talk about the defensive laps that they had tonight, but we may be talking about them in a winning fashion.
Eric G, here's the problem with that comment you made. I went with the fact of the Knicks fans that said we had a good loss yesterday. And I said, you know what? I'm going to take this and pivot and say then it's a must win tomorrow. We can't say yesterday was a good loss and today we were in the game. So either yesterday was a good loss and today is a bad loss, or we're not being realistic with what our team is. I'm trying to get the Knicks fans to determine who we are from a characteristic standpoint. If we have been used to controlling the pace of the game that made us one of the top teams, then we control it, then we lose the pace yesterday and we get it back today, especially with wobbly legs. We tried to run up and down with the Chicago Bulls. We got sloppy because their defense is bad, and then outscored us at their. And then now I'm hearing, and I didn't do research on who the Bulls were. I didn't know that they were one of the top 3-point shooting teams. I didn't know they played with one of the fastest pace in the NBA. We sat there and played at their pace on their home floor. That's a foolish team who does that.
I'll say this real quick. I don't go,
You go
with,
next
you
day.
want to know what the Knicks what Knicks fans think or want out of this process. I don't go into game. Honestly, I'll be honest with you. I don't go into games expecting to win. I don't go into games expecting to lose. I think that any given night, the Knicks could win a game or lose a game. That's just what I see. I can't go and say, "Oh, you know what?"
But any
Yeah,
NBA team could do that.
No, that's not true.
No, any
When the
NBA
Lakers-
team
when the-
can win on a
when the-
nightly
no,
basis.
when the Lakers play, I think every time I expect them to play well or at least be in the game and win the game. When the Knicks play,
What about non-outliers? What about non-outliers? Because to say the Lakers or the Washington Wizards does
the
not help your
Washington
argument.
Wizards, I
Yes.
expect the Washington Wizards to win more games than the Knicks.
Yeah, but
Then
What
get
I'm
them to
saying-
the
what
draft.
I'm saying-
Then Freezy.
What I'm saying-
Freezy.
what I'm saying
Get them
is
to the draft.
hey, Day, remember what you're going to say. We're going to be kicking it to you.
Okay. Oh, right now? Okay. No, I was just, to Eric's point, was that, Eric, just keep a couple of things in mind. Chicago is 28th in the league in opponents' points per game. They are 29th in the league in opponents' 2-point percentage and 20th in 3-point percentage. And this is what we did tonight against one of the worst defenses in the league.
Yeah, but we're the worst offense in the league, so that's just kind of being right there with them.
And therein lies another Freezy bomb. So that's a preview to
There's
another
no
Freezy bomb.
bomb with that. What's a Freezy
Yes,
bomb
it is.
about that?
So here's your Freezy bomb, right? So here's your Freezy bomb.
Let's get
Okay, so here's your Freezy bomb. If you let me drop it, I promise you it'll be something interesting.
Well, I hope that bomb's not from your stomach flu.
No, I know. No, I dropped plenty of those before I got here. And I'm sitting in the chair on my tippy toes. So what I'm getting at, so here's my Freezy bomb, right? if the Knicks had scored at league average pace, we would not have this discussion about the Chicago Bulls tonight.
But they don't score at league average pace.
They don't score at league average pace. Exactly right.
Last
All those numbers that you said. So
when you're playing against a team that defensively is terrible in Chicago Bulls, and you are offensively terrible,
right?
There's a chance where you're not going to score.
You should raise the bar a bit because they're so defensively terrible.
You got to understand, as being the worst offensive team, there's a chance you're not going to get points.
I knew you were going to come to the bright side, Eric G. My man. I'm just trying to be. Don't fight it, dog. Just come on.
Open on both sides and understanding what they saying, what Ghetto's saying, what you're saying, Freeze.
This is what I'm saying to you, Eric. This is what I'm saying. The Chicago Bulls are one of the worst defensive teams in the league, right?
Yes.
Right.
And our league average, our team averages, right, for 3-point shooting, right, is at 35%, right? And inside the 3-point line, we're at 49%, right? That's an average per game. Against one of the worst defensive teams in the league, we shot 42% from the field, which is 7 points below, and we shot 20% from three, which is 16 points below our normal average. And I'm saying that that's a problem.
No, it is a problem. But what I'm saying is because we're playing a team that is bad defensively, we can't assume that points are going to come easier. Because
Why?
we have
They're
a bad
defensive team. That's
because we have a terrible offense, we can't assume that just because a team is defensively ridden that we're going to be better. Because our offense is terrible.
Eric,
never been consistent all year.
Eric, so I'm gonna finish dropping the freezy bombs. You only let me get to the detonator. You know what I'm saying? Let me. So what happened is the Knicks averaged 102 points per game, right? And tonight they scored 102 points, right? So they played against and D just laid out all the defensive metrics for the Chicago Bulls, right? One could assume that a team would have an uptick in their game averages against a team that is not average, that is below average, right? One could assume that the Knicks that average 102 points per game would have an uptick in offense, right?
I can't assume that.
And here's the reason why you can assume that.
I can't. Not with this team.
So here's the reason why you can't.
Too inconsistent.
Because 20 teams in the NBA average 110 points per game. Right? And over the last 3 seasons, the pace of play, the pace in games have increased. So there are more shots per game. The time it's still 48 minutes, right? It's still 48 minutes, but the number of possessions have increased. Right?
Not for the Knicks because they are the slowest team in basketball, so they're not going to get the same amount of shots.
Eric G, that's my argument. My argument is tonight we played their pace. I'm sorry.
No, but he's talking about season's average.
Can I throw out? I don't know. If
I wanted to get to my okay. All right, hey, I'm gonna just move out of the way and let y'all eat, man, because clearly the agenda is I want to be right and the Knicks suck. That's the agenda for tonight.
I never said the Knicks suck.
Is it still martial law?
I never said the Knicks suck. Freeze, you lost that one, brother.
I didn't lose it. I'm trying to convince you to be.
Let him go, Eric G. Please.
Yeah.
Let him.
All I wanted to do was if you want to be right so bad, come to Uncle Freezy's side. Is what I'm saying. If you want to be right,
are you like a Sith Lord or something?
Yeah, I don't know what's up. That tummy ache really got you.
Like a Sith. Like
that tummy ache.
Eric, I am your father. I am your father.
That tummy ache really got you different today.
The force is strong with you, my son.
May the Schwartz be with you.
Hey, that's a Spaceballs reference for those that
exactly.
don't know. No,
I love you, freeze other people. Like,
Hey, and so as soon as you said that, I was thinking about the brothers in the desert with the pick. Hey,
Yeah.
when
Home
man
the
said, "Come to the
fields.
desert," the dude said, he said, "I want you to comb the desert," and everybody out there with a comb,
Hey,
and the
what?
brothers out there with the pick. Man, it's
Hey,
hilarious.
what about what's your name? Barf. What's your full name? Bartholomew. So,
Oh my
Hey,
god!
rest in peace, John Candy.
Shout out to
Yeah,
Mel
for
Brooks,
real.
by the way.
hey, you want me to start singing "Love Me Sexy" now?
Nah,
And,
please, no.
for those who haven't seen Blazing Saddles, for those that have not seen Blazing Saddles, if you have the time, it's a must watch.
Or
I'm
Young
not gonna,
Frankenstein.
yes. But it's
Freeze,
old. Oh, I'm sorry.
Freezy. Is there a problem? And I don't, the brand and the bread means on this platform
Everything.
means the most to me because this
Everything.
platform feeds the morning. Is there a problem with saying tonight was a bad loss? Is there a problem with that?
This is a bad loss.
No,
It was a bad loss.
It's a bad
no.
loss.
The only problem I have right now is that Hoodie Kev and the Ghetto Intellect don't
No,
recognize.
don't try that.
Don't
Don't try that.
No.
Good
Listen.
try.
And no, listen. Hear me out. Hear me out first. Hear me out
I'm
before
trying to
we
hear
go
this.
this whole.
Misdirection.
I'm not that
No,
drunk.
no. Hear me out. Hear me out, because this is real. What I'm saying is, Hoodie Kev and the Ghetto Intellect do not understand their stardom on Lawrence Tears on the Lawrence Tears.
Oh, boy.
That's what I was saying. That's what I'm getting to. I ain't who me stir up beef. Never.
No, I'm
Oh, that's
at,
your. That's your. That's.
but you sure didn't answer the question. Is there a problem with tonight saying that it's a bad loss?
No,
If yesterday,
tonight was a bad loss.
okay, thank you.
I just thought
Because
that
that
yesterday
song
playing a
we've
Clippers
been
team. I thought yesterday playing a Clippers team that has superstars and being in it with them until the last couple minutes of the game. I thought maybe, you know what, tomorrow we stood with the Clippers. We played well. We scored some points. We were there with them the whole game for the most part. You know what? Maybe we can move this into tomorrow. Kind of feed off of that. And I didn't see that from the start. I didn't see it.
Right. I think so. So I think it was from a strategy standpoint, from a strategic standpoint. I think the coaches lost this game. Right. So here's why. And I didn't get a chance to get into it.
I see
And
you, Ghetto.
so for one, we should have had Julius Randle punishing Laurie Markkinen in the post. Laurie Markkinen
All game.
does not want that down low post action, especially defensively.
It would have forced them to double.
Right, he's a stretch four. He's not a classic four, and we have a classic four with a certain level of open court and passing skills. Right?
I know that.
And so, but here's the other part to it though. We should have also taken advantage of RJ Barrett versus smaller guards. And we don't take advantage of our mismatches is what I'm getting to. Like RJ Barrett versus Zach LaVine in the post. Zach LaVine does not want that low post defense. He don't want to do that. You know what I'm saying? He wants to cook up top offensively, and defensively he wants to play passing lanes. Right? RJ Barrett, post up Zach LaVine, please. How about post up Kobe White? Kobe White wants to run and shoot threes. Right? That's all, because Kobe White may be the fastest player in the NBA, right? He doesn't want to be a low post defender. What I'm saying to everybody tonight is I think we focus on some stuff, and rightly so. And y'all points are duly noted. But I think when it comes to our mismatches, we have to impose those on against other teams. At some point, we have to stop being reactionary and be the cause of certain things.
Can I say something?
Kevy Cap deserves a go.
I think as Knicks fans, not really surveying the landscape, did we overlook the Bulls as if we were so superior than them? And only in reality, we were only one game ahead of them in the standings.
Yes.
And some can argue that the Bulls have played more closer, games at the buzzer that could have went. The game that they played the other night could have went another way had Damian Lillard missed a shot. They could literally have a better record than we do. But did we overlook the Bulls, or we were just supposed to go into Chicago and beat them because we were just head over heels better than them? Did we have a false narrative about ourselves that this is a bottom dweller and we're just supposed to beat them?
And give you a quick answer, Kev. My position is, if we're not better than the Bulls, then what are we doing playing? Then what are we doing playing better these veterans all these minutes? That's my position.
Which leads to the question I want to ask this question to the panel. What is it going to take for the Reggie Bullocks and the Austin Rivers of the world to have the same leash as Kevin Knox and Obi Toppin?
You have to find
18 more games and a longer losing streak.
Yeah, and you have to find suitable replacement. The dudes that you mentioned
play
the guard position, and the dudes you want to bring off the bench.
Reggie Bullock and Kevin Knox play the same position.
No, Reggie Bullock is a guard / forward.
He's not.
Reggie Bullock plays the 2.
When the announcers call out the starting lineup, they say starting at small forward, Reggie Bullock.
Right.
ESPN, it says small forward, Reggie Bullock.
He's right.
My thing is,
so you think Kevin Knox and Reggie Bullock are similar?
No. I think Kevin Knox is better than Reggie Bullock.
No. I'm talking about in terms of skill set. In terms of
skill set, Kevin Knox is better than Reggie Bullock.
I would rather let me help Kev out because I don't want to jump in his boat. And I'm saying the same thing he's saying. I would rather lose with Kevin Knox to see what he has than lose with Reggie Bullock's.
But I think they already saw what
I'm
he has.
saying.
I think they already saw what he has.
You've seen what he got.
And that's why we're saying we're Quickley.
That is impossible for Tom Thibodeau to have seen, because Tom Thibodeau from the jump never used Kevin Knox. You can sit here and say that people don't use that he hasn't used Obi Toppin correctly, and I can sit here and say the same thing that I don't think that Tom Thibodeau has used Kevin Knox to his full potential. I don't think he used Mitchell Robinson to his full potential.
We're gonna keep saying that every new coach that we get. I mean, Kevin Knox wasn't used well his last regime. Now he's not being used well.
Was anyone used well under David Fizdale?
Kevin Knox is who Kevin Knox is.
Was anyone used well under David Fizdale?
He's a streaky shooter.
You're not answering the question.
You fell for the trap, Eric.
Answer the question. Was anyone used well under David Fizdale?
Listen, whether I responded or not, he was going to talk about Kevin Knox.
Yeah, you answered the question. Was anyone used well under David Fizdale? I asked a simple question. Yes or no?
Hey, hold on for a second. Let me do this real quick. Hey, Foxy, it's getting close to that time, man.
Yep.
That's at that time that you usually dip. You wanna jump in and say a few things, man, before you go?
Not necessarily on this topic, but I did want to say something to Mark Berman of the New York Post. I don't know if you saw the New York Post today. He had an article that said the Knicks may soon have their own big 3.
Right.
And Freezy knows me better than everyone behind the scenes. He knows I'm a writer, and I take a lot of, in craft and writing good copy and stuff like that. This was a broadcast that we had a few days ago, and it's not copyright because it's us. Ready? Randle, RJ, and Quick led the way. This is a three-headed monster about to take off, and thanks to Quick and his 8 assists from 3, great team defense. Randle, RJ, and Quick led the way. This is a 3-headed monster about to take off, and thanks to Quick and his 8. Hey, Mark, you want to keep, I don't mean anything, but this dude.
What do you say, Steven?
He wrote an article today that the Knicks have their own big 3 and went in.
Stealing Foxy's stuff.
Yep.
Right. So, hey, Mark Berman, if you listen, at least, do a little shout out, man. You keep doing this to other people, not only myself, but other people in the Knicks content community on the shows of the MBK family, etc. Man, if you're looking for stuff to say besides all your fake news, at least give a little credit, man. It's getting crazy what this dude keeps doing. So that's all I had to say. That you want to do it, at least do a little shout out where you get the information from,
or come on the show
or
and
come on the show. Come on the show
and talk to Foxy face to face about what Foxy created.
Yeah.
So from a business standpoint, the problem is, Uncle Freezy, your content is so content to market so fast, and he has a different production level. He can't keep up with you. So he has no choice but to turn you on and listen to you because he can't produce his product. So it's going to influence it. The times have changed. The times of us waiting for the paper, the morning paper, to determine what the rhetoric is gone.
Right.
So Mark Berman, you better open your podcast or do something. You're outdated, son.
Right.
Thank you.
You're outdated.
Right.
And all you got left is fake news.
Right. Or give Foxy his credit.
Or others. I'm not only saying on my behalf, but I noticed other people that have said some real deep stuff, and then the next day him or a couple other people, I'm like, yo, man, they just stole that. I heard that the other day, whether it was on Guillermo's show or something else. Got to stop this stuff, man.
Right.
So that's all I wanted to say. Hey, I am going to head out, but let me just do a little business like usual. You know me. Right now we have 51 likes.
Oh, 51 likes. That's all. Get those likes up, y'all.
Thank you, Freeze. So please hit those likes, subscribe, remind the bell so you don't miss out on any Knicks at Night and Knicks Morning Drive. You got to check out that show. Is fire day in.
Foxy, before you go, do me a quick refresh because it's way more than 51. Do a quick refresh on your page.
56. That's what I got. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm saying not watching.
Sorry.
I'm saying likes.
Sorry. No, I'm sorry. I was looking at the wrong page. Sorry.
Yeah, no worries. No worries. So please hit those likes, subscribe, remind the bells. Don't miss out on any Knicks at Night. And my brother G.I. and Freezy and Free Keith and Chop Low and all our favorites, the Prince Bun in the morning. And please share the link on your favorite social media platforms so we can grow this Lawrence Tears family. Again, congrats to my brother Freezy, 1,300. It was only a blink ago we were in the hundreds. So 1,300 subscribers, 1,500 here we come. We greatly appreciate it. And one last shout out to the best mods in the planet, Sima Singh, Bodega Wi-Fi, the new Knicks. We appreciate all you do. So let's get those likes up. Let's get those subscribers up. We love you. I love you, family. I'll be here Wednesday night. And hopefully our defense could have learned some of the lessons, and hopefully Tibbs doesn't have too hard practices, so these guys have some legs for the game Wednesday night. Right. But everyone, I love you guys. I'll see you guys on Wednesday night. God bless.
Hey, Foxy, before you go, let me do this real quick before you go, and because I know your Yorkie Terrier and wants to go outside.
Boston Terrier.
Oh, jeez, man.
Yorkie, man.
Okay. And no, I'm joking, man. The dog is beautiful.
I know. He's my buddy's right next to me right now.
Hey, so what I want y'all to do in the virtual chat, right? What I want you to do in the virtual chat is put your hands together for Foxy. I want y'all to show some love for Foxy in the virtual chat.
Yeah,
right.
I have love.
I want to see putting hands together in hearts in the chat for Foxy, because he grinds relentlessly. He grinds relentlessly for the channel, but it's more so he grinds relentlessly for y'all to make sure that y'all have a super dope product.
Thank you, man.
So I want to
both ways. I love you guys.
Yeah. So I want Foxy to see the love in the chat, man, because sometimes we toil in obscurity sometimes, and sometimes you get to a point you're like, man, what am I doing this for? And then you get on the live stream, and then you realize what you're doing it for. You know what I mean? So Foxy, we love you, man. We appreciate you, and more so than the content, man. We appreciate you being real with us and your sense of humor. You know what I'm saying? So we appreciate all of you, but there are certain things that we like. You know what I'm saying? That you bring to the table that makes us feel human. So we appreciate you, man.
Yeah, and I still think Kevin Knox runs like Pokey. So, I love everybody. I'll see you guys Wednesday.
Take care, Steven.
But we're not going to take the pressure off of you.
Hey, man, I like pressure.
All All that salute for Foxy.
I
No,
like
I'm joking. I'm joking.
I like
I'm
pressure.
joking.
Hey, so be ready for
I'm
that in the
joking.
morning. I'm saying be ready for that in the morning, and you better not be crying either.
No, in fact, I better go. I had a few too many drinks. I better go to sleep. I can't believe I made it. I think the alcohol is keeping me influenced this long.
Right.
So I'm probably gonna go to sleep. This was Uncle Freezy. This was a bad loss.
Yes,
And I am just, and I know you want me to chill out. What I do know about Knicks fans, we ain't going nowhere.
Right.
Because at any point we can pivot and talk about the draft. We'll talk about the draft for 8 months. That's how crazy we are. Right. Quickley, what's goody, baby? What's up, Quickley? So I'm going to take my tail to bed. But Uncle Freezy, I'm concerned.
You're a joke.
I'm concerned about what is. We've been. You don't think we played enough games to start to determine the type of basketball we have, and the type of brand we want to play? And I'm gonna hang around for this because who are we? Who is this? What are we? 9-13, 8-13,
9-13. So
who are we though? And that's I've never been this far down the season for what we consider a successful season, and not determine who we are.
Right.
Who are we? And that's where my fear is, Uncle Freeze.
Right. I feel you. I feel you. I think we are a Jekyll and Hyde, inconsistent, overachieving roster. I think the coaching staff is an old school, hands-on development at the price of, or I'm sorry, development at the cost of players. I think the coaching staff is, listen, kid, either you got it or you don't. I'm gonna give you 80% of this. I'm gonna do 80%, and I want you to give me 20. But if you give me 19, I'm sitting you and you getting DMP'd. Like all I want you to give me is 20%. And if you give me 19 and a half, DMPs. You know what I'm saying? Because we got to have 100%, right? That's what I think we are. I think we're inconsistent. Like as a roster, we're inconsistent, overachieving, Jekyll and Hyde, a Jekyll and Hyde roster, right? And so if we were not, and if these guys were stable NBA players, we wouldn't have signed them in free agency. And for the young guys, if they were stable NBA players, they will be starting, getting consistent minutes.
May I say something to that point?
Hey, Kev, can you moderate?
Yeah.
You good? Okay. All right.
I was going to say something to your point right quick. It can't be, we sit here and yeah, I'm going to bring up Kevin Knox. We can sit here all day and say, Kevin Knox missed these backdoor cuts. His man is killing him. Kevin Knox is in a slump. He can't hit a shot. Kevin Knox looks lost out there. But then turn around and watch the next game, and you see Reggie Bullock get killed backdoor. You see Reggie Bullock can't hit a shot. You see Reggie Bullock look lost. But yet the same narrative isn't spoken. The same vitriol isn't spoken about Reggie Bullock. But people will go on and on and on and all day about Kevin Knox's deficiencies. And so the only thing I'm saying is it can't be any worse. And make fun of Kevin Knox all you want. It can't be any worse playing him and actually developing him, actually working on his deficiencies. Because if we're going to lose regardless. We're losing, right? And so if it starts to spiral out of control, and as much as I don't want to believe it, I can just see it happening. I can just see it spiraling out of control, right? Because Tom Thibodeau is not going to change overnight. The same defensive strategies he used tonight and last night is the same defensive strategies he's going to use with the same players tomorrow and against Portland and against Miami and so on and so forth, right? And so if the strategy and the position that he's putting in these players aren't going to change, right? and we know we're getting from these players. We know we're getting from Elfrid Payton and Reggie Bullock and Austin Rivers at this point. We know. Then what is the difference?
Are you criticizing Tom Thibodeau because you want Kevin Knox to play?
Yes.
Okay. All right. That's all I need to hear.
See, Kev, I'll give you this, and I will agree with you. His leash has different extensions with different players. They're not created equal. So I will give you that. That is
it's based on a position, though. It's based on a position. At point guard, he has a longer leash because he doesn't have guards. But at that forward 3-4 spot, there's multiple guys that he could put in there. So the leash is shorter.
But the thing about it, no, because here's the thing. Reggie Bullock, consistently this season, doesn't give you anything. But Reggie Bullock, you know he's going to play 25, 30 minutes a game. You know this going in. You know this going in, regardless of what Reggie Bullock does.
I don't think he did, though, today.
What? How many minutes did Reggie Bullock play?
He only played 20 today, Kev.
Yeah, only 20.
Yeah.
Only 20.
So if the Knicks,
and Elfrid Payton played 17.
So if the Knicks had a 19-year-old first-round draft pick, 6'8", small forward on the bench, not named Kevin Knox, would you say play that player over Reggie Bullock?
Right.
I'm confused. Or is this just Kevin Knox over Reggie Bullock?
This is my belief that Kevin Knox is better and can be better than Reggie Bullock.
Okay.
That is my belief that Kevin Knox, given his deficiencies, can give you more than what Reggie Bullock is giving you if you actually develop if you work with Kevin Knox and let him play through, because that's the thing.
Kev, who said the coaching staff is not working with Kevin Knox?
I know that's always been out of college. Out of college, they've always questioned his motor.
Regardless of what, no, because that's not true. That's not true at all.
Yes,
I don't believe that.
Yes, it is. They've always questioned his motor, whether he's going to play hard.
Can you let me finish my statement?
He doesn't do it.
David Fizdale, Mike Miller, and Tom Thibodeau. Mike Woodson has said it. Kevin Knox is one of the, if not the most hardest working player on this team, right? Kevin Knox competes at practice. Kevin Knox, and it's been said about 3 different coaches.
Tom Thibodeau also said that Obi Toppin is a polished offensive player.
Yeah.
But if you listen, if 3 different coaches say the same thing about your practice habits, 3 different ones say the same thing about your practice habits, I think we is safe to assume that we can believe it.
That's right. And all 3 of them sat him.
It's that simple, man. You got
all 3 of them sat him.
What are you saying? What are you saying from Reggie Bullock? What are you saying the thing?
All 3
what are you
of them
saying from Reggie
him.
Bullock that Kevin Knox isn't doing or can't do? How about that?
He's playing defense.
He plays better defense.
Tonight,
it's better defense than Kevin Knox ever played.
I'm out of here. Have a good night.
I'm out of here as well.
Thank you, man.
Hold on.
Shout out to D, man. Hey, D, man, you do a great job on the joint, man. We appreciate you.
I appreciate that. Y'all stay good.
Kev, right. You got to think of downplaying other players just because Knox is
not. I don't got to downplay Reggie Bullock.
Bullock maybe not good a shooter or whatever. He's a decent shooter, right?
Decent shooter.
Defense and effort, he brings that every night. You don't got to question that with Bullock.
Let me go back and let me tell you. Let me tell you.
Forever. Let me talk, man. Because
let me tell you
1,000 times. You already know. Listen,
what Reggie Bullock gave you on the offensive side.
Kev, let's trade.
Come on, Chris.
Go ahead.
Listen, we all want Kevin Knox to freaking prosper, bro. You know what I'm saying? He's one of our draft picks. We're not hating on Kevin Knox, but for some reason, you do not see his deficiencies, and you always want to blame somebody else for him not. Listen, he got ample time. He had ample time to be in a rotation, but after those last, I think after the Tampa game, he digressed every single game. Less and less effort, less and less intensity. You know what I'm saying? At least with Bullock, he plays defense.
It's not even close
defensively.
defensively.
Top ranks on pick and roll defense in the league.
It's not even close.
But no, you don't look at that. You don't look at that you just look at Reggie Bullock is playing because Kevin Knox not playing. You know what I'm saying? Like, listen, Kevin Knox, he's a good shooter, but listen, he don't crash the boards. He has a low motor. That was what was said about him before he even came into the league.
Yep.
You just gotta look at it for what it is. You know what I'm saying? Don't be mad at it. You want to blame coach for everything when we just Coach Thibodeau is doing a decent job with this squad. You know what I'm saying? He do have a couple deficiencies, but you don't ever put positive in what he's doing. We 9-13, bro.
Hey,
you know
Trey, let me say that.
You are not content on what's going on.
He's in a whip right now, I think.
Trey, you in the snow? Trey, you in the snow?
Huh?
You in the snow?
Car, you feel me? I have to steam for a little bit.
Okay,
all right. It looks like you in the igloo right now.
I'm about to say,
but nah, yo, I watch the show every night. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
I watch the show every night.
Dog, this your show.
I love you, man, but you be tripping. This is an intervention right now. You know what I'm saying? Like for real.
I'm just waiting until it's my turn to talk. So you go ahead and talk. Go ahead. So I can
understand your stance on Kevin Knox.
So I can shut this down. So go ahead and talk. I'm about to welcome you to the Blowing Tears Knicks and Night.
Yo,
this is what I'm about to do. I'm about to give you a welcoming. I'm about to give you a welcoming.
Hey, by the way, Hoodie GI is in the building, baby.
Have a good night, fellas.
Tell him Nah, for real, like I like Kevin Knox. I like.
Have a good night, fellas.
I can understand if you talking about Obi and Frank and all these.
Appreciate you, Eric.
I could see your position with Frank not getting minutes because Alfred Payton is bum. He's a burger. You know what I'm saying? I can understand that, but like everything always revolves back to Kevin Knox. I don't hear you talking about Obi should be getting more minutes. I don't talking. It always go back to Knox and Reggie Bullock. You know what I'm saying? But I'm done. I'm gonna let y'all go.
Can I go ahead and kill him now, Freezy? Can I please do that?
Go ahead, Kev.
You the moderator.
Okay, so let me squeeze right quick. So we've all established, and I think it's a big thing that the small forward position is probably we can agree that the small forward position is probably at the top of the need list or the list that needs to be upgraded. Can we agree to that? That there's some deficiencies at the small forward position. So with that being said, the starting small forward is Reggie Bullock, and right now the backup, I guess, is Alec Burks, and then they flip flop due to injuries or whatever. Okay, people keep talking about Reggie Bullock plays good defense, solid defense, good defense, okay defense, average defense, whatever. He plays defense. And I have on record said 1.5 million times, this is not 1995. Right. Teams average about 112 points a game. And we are the only team, like, we don't care nothing about offense. We are going to play defense. I guarantee that there's no offensive sets. There's no set in stone offensive sets. Not one set in stone offensive set. Reggie Bullock has been on 5 or 6 NBA teams in his career.
Let me ask you a question. How much points Knox averaged his last 8 games?
Are you gonna let me finish? I'll let you talk. I'll let you talk. I'm going to finish.
Go ahead.
So here's the thing. Reggie Bullock is awful. And we were lied to by Leon Rose and Tom Thibodeau when they came out this whole offseason and said it's going to be a year of development. We're going to develop these young players. We're going to teach them and give them opportunities to grow. Again, like I said at the beginning, there's 7 players on this team, 7, that have been drafted by the Knicks in the last 4 years. And you can honestly say only one of them legitimately has the reins to do whatever they want to do. And that's RJ.
And quickly earning his minutes.
Quickly
is other kids earning their minutes. You know
Quickly is a product of the media.
Product of the media. You're hating, bro.
I'm not hating on. No.
Yo, you don't like nobody else on this team except Kevin Knox. Like,
listen, let me tell you something. In April, I will have loved the Knicks for 30 years of my life. I have loved the Knicks more than Kevin Knox has been alive. I didn't just become a Knicks fan 3 years ago, okay? I became a Knicks fan in 1991.
Wow.
Okay? When Kevin Knox is long gone, I'm going to be a Knicks fan.
How old I was, by the way.
Okay, so
shout out to the 50-somethings in the building.
Well, I was 5 in 1991.
I was not. I was not 5.
I had already pledged my fraternity by 1991. But go ahead.
Right, and I have right.
So with that being said,
wow, 1991.
I pledged in spring. I pledged in spring 1990. I've been in Sigma for over 30 years.
Wow. Hey, did they give you something for 30 years of straight? Okay. Because me, I'm shooting for a 40-year pin, right? So they give the brothers a 40-year pin. So I have like 13, 14 something years to wait for my joint, and I can't wait for the old timers to come and put it on me, to pin it on my suit. To me, that's like the lifetime achievement thing. Can't wait. But anyway, I'm sorry, Cap.
No, so what I'm saying about this is this. Kevin Knox. See the thing about the difference between Frank and Knox is Frank's gonna get hurt, and even when it's time to Frank to step up and like this is Frank's time to take the reins, he's gonna get hurt.
So what's not?
And then there's his opportunity. But Kevin Knox has been there. Kevin Knox played with something was wrong with Kevin Knox's hand. The man had on a cast, a splint. And Kevin Knox, and people talk about his heart and desire. People talk about his heart and desire. Kevin Knox probably shouldn't have even been playing. But you know what? They were so short-handed. They were so short-handed that Kevin Knox still played. Reggie Bullock slept wrong and hurt his neck and was out for 2 games.
Right.
Let me repeat that again. Reggie Bullock slept wrong. Woke up and said, my neck is stiff.
But you didn't answer my question though.
But while those dudes was out, hold on, Freezy. But while those dudes was out, what was Knox doing to solidify himself on the team?
It's not the question of what was Knox doing, is what was Knox allowed to do.
What you mean? He played minutes.
9 minutes? What can you do in 9 minutes?
That's recently, but
hey, I can do a lot of stuff in 9 minutes.
During the game.
Sometimes 9 minutes is all you need.
You know what I'm saying? Like, nah, man. Like every time you come in the game, you don't pass. You just
threw me all the way out there like that. He just threw me all the way out there like
that. So nah, you opened it up and then the old fart told an inappropriate joke. You can't. So Kev, Tia, so check out this question. If the Knicks had a 19-year-old, 6'8", small forward on the bench, alongside Kevin Knox, and Reggie Bullock was not performing, would you have the same argument for that young 19-year-old small forward, or is this just Kevin Knox needs more minutes?
See, I don't understand that question because I wouldn't have had time to watch this 19-year-old to see what he could do. So I don't know how to answer that question.
But he's 19 and he needs to be developed. And your argument was development, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So my thing is this: if it's just a beef with Kevin Knox needs more minutes, there's no way for us to solve that. There's no way
Tom Thibodeau to solve it.
Right. No. I mean, I agree, and it's ultimately up to Kevin Knox to solve it. You know what I'm saying? So the thing is
no, because I don't believe that's true. Because here's the thing: the best game that we saw Kevin Knox play against, what was that, Tampa, right? Kevin Knox was the only person hitting shots, right? The only person hot as fire. Tom Thibodeau still pulled him,
right? Because he don't trust Knox.
But Kevin Knox was the only one hitting shots. He couldn't miss.
Also, during that game,
took him out.
Short rotation. There was only like 8 people playing.
Took him out of the game, and Kevin Knox couldn't miss nothing. Took him out still. So it's not the fact that what Kevin Knox can do. It's Tom Thibodeau.
Oh, that's not totally true, but I understand where you're coming from.
That's all I'm saying. It's you know, give him the opportunity to fail. Here's my thing: if Kevin Knox is going to fail, let him fail. Let him be on the court and fail. And I wouldn't have not one issue at all if he actually failed. But if you're going to say you're developing Kevin Knox, then let him on the court. That is my only issue. Let him on the court to either sink or swim. But you can do neither one of them on the bench. That is my only issue.
Okay. All right. So that it was not totally accurate what you said? Because you said Kevin Knox couldn't miss, but Kevin Knox was 5 for 14 in that game. It was 16 points. And he played 30 plus minutes. But what I will agree with you with though is this: Kevin Knox was super aggressive, and it was the Kevin Knox that we had been waiting to see for a long time, right? That's so I agree with you on part of that. I just don't agree with it. You know, the fact that he couldn't miss, I don't necessarily agree with, but I do agree with the fact that Kevin Knox was super aggressive and he showed us the flashes that we had been waiting to see. And then, but the only thing though is we only see that once in a while.
Tibbs is sitting here due to our disappointment. Basically, he knows, we all know what Knox can do. We've seen it in bits and pieces, right?
Right.
But it's the point that he don't got that dog in him to want to earn it.
Oh
like,
my God! If I hear the word dog again, if I hear the word dog or motor again,
right? So
I'm gonna go crazy.
The only time Knox played good is when nobody's there to like threaten his spot. Like you said, that game that he had a good game. Reggie Bullock was out. Burks was still out. I don't think Rivers played in that game. So Knox was the only person you could go to.
Right.
But whenever time Knox sees some type of competition,
have you? Hold on. Let me ask you a question. I just want to ask one question. I'm gonna let everybody else. I'm gonna ask everybody else. Have you ever played on team?
Yeah, I play ball.
Okay, so is your psyche? Is anyone? This is any player. Can you have an eye on the court and an eye on the bench at the same time?
Bro, you're supposed to go out there and play.
Answer the question. Can you? If you know, if you do one little thing wrong, the coach is gonna take you out. Are you gonna press?
It depends on your makeup. If you bout it, then you gonna do what you gotta do to stay on the floor.
Right. So I'll give you an example. I'll give you an example of Uncle Freezy at Dickinson High School in Jersey City, New Jersey. Right. So in Dickinson High School, in Dickinson High, right, you actually had to make the team do. So they recruited across the city, right? They recruited across the city for dudes to come to the high school, right? And I looked on the schedule and I see names like Weequahic on it. I'm like Weequahic. Yeah. So I'm like, man,
it's actually pronounced Weequahic, but go.
Right. I got you. I see names like that, and I see names like Christ the King, right? And I see names like St. Anthony's, right, on it. And I'm like, and I see names like Marist, names like Bayonne, right, on it, right? And so I know once I make this team, I have to not only because it's not even about beating the teams on the schedule. I gotta beat out the dudes in practice if I want to play. Right. Exactly. And so my uncle says, hey, Uncle Freezy, look, if you want to get minutes, do all the stuff that the coaches preach. Like when you hear the coach say something in practice, you make sure you do that thing 200%.
Die for loose
right. And so I hear the coach say, keep your hands up in the zone. Right. So I keep my hands up till my arms be burning. When the coach say value each possession, I'm diving for loose balls. When the coach say hit all your free throws, these points matter, Uncle Freezy. My coach like, hey, Uncle Freezy, these points matter. And so I'm hitting all my free throws, right? Because I had a dude named Jason on my team, right? Jason probably took about 10 shots a game. And for the level I was playing at, 10 shots was a lot, right? But he would score 10 points a game. But guess what Uncle Freezy would score? 10 points a game. I didn't dunk on nobody. I ain't dunk on nobody. I didn't hit fancy fadeaways.
All
But
hustle.
I would hit about 5 or 6 free throws a game and hit wide open layups. So those that read the box score in the school newspaper, you know what they saw? They saw Uncle Freezy 10 points and Jason 10 points, right? But what they didn't see is all the intangible stuff. Like Coach used to always be like, in a close game, he'd be like, Uncle Freezy. He'd call my name, and I go down there. Every time there's a loose ball, I would sell out. All my fouls came from selling out, right? He knew that once I got on the floor, I wanted to be there. I wanted to stay on the floor and would do anything that I could to stay on the floor. So if it called for me taking a charge against a dude that outweighed me by 80 pounds, I'm going to take that charge. If it called for diving into the popcorn section to save us a possession, so that possession arrow can say Dickinson High and not Lincoln, I'm going to do that, right? But the thing is with Kevin Knox, and it's not all about facial expressions or body language, because the thing you can't ever measure is how much heart somebody has. You know what I'm saying? You can't measure that by body language and facial expressions. So Knox get a bad rap for that. But at the same time, those loose balls, those charges, those rebounds that nobody want to get, because rebounding means you're gonna have to get in there and dudes are gonna scratch you up. People are gonna foul you, elbow you. They're gonna tug on your clothes. They're gonna do all that stuff. But if you want the ball more than the damage they're looking to dish out, then you'll get a rebound, right? But Kevin Knox has not shown us that he's willing to do that stuff. And conversely, what happens with Kevin Knox's minutes is they dwindle because we don't see Kevin Knox diving for loose balls. We don't see Kevin Knox double-doubles. You know what I'm saying? All we see is Kevin Knox wide open corner for 3. You know.
By the way, Uncle Freezy, they confused Jersey City with Patterson. They said you played on Lean On Me High School. They think you went to Patterson East Side in the chat.
I didn't. No, but them kids riff that sung in the bathroom are from Jersey City.
Oh, okay.
Dear East Side, yeah, dudes. One of the light skinned dudes used to live on my block.
But here's the narrative that we can say, right? And I can give examples. I'll go to the Utah game. We all say, we want Kevin Knox to drive to the lane. We want Kevin Knox to take it to the hole. Okay. This is a fact. And there's no ifs, ands, or buts about this. Kevin Knox against Utah put the ball on the floor. He drove to the lane. He attempted to do a reverse layup and got blocked by one of the best shot blockers and best defensive centers in basketball. On the next go down, Tom Thibodeau calls a timeout and immediately takes Kevin Knox out the game.
But what happened?
Hold on. It has nothing to do with effort. That had nothing to do with heart. Kevin Knox put the ball on the floor. Took it to. We've all been crying for Kevin Knox to do. Take it to the hole. Take it to the hole. Kevin Knox took it to the hole, attempted to do a reverse layup, and got blocked. And Tom Thibodeau fussed and screamed and took him out the game.
But
what does that got to do with him?
I remember that
hustling.
Game. I remember
Uncle Freezy. I haven't heard from Chuck all night though. Quickley all night, by the way.
Yeah. I want to slide out of the way for a few minutes so that Chuck, I'm gonna slide out of the way, but you better talk, man, because we be wanting you to be on here and say something, and you get in here mean mugging and won't say nothing.
Well,
I can already tell you what Chuck gonna say.
No, you can't.
Oh yeah, I can. You want me to give you my impression right quick, and then we're gonna see if it's spot on.
Knox is trash.
Knox is trash. Quickly in the point guard. Your combo guard.
No. Hey, but so I talked a lot, man. I wanted to hear Chuck too, man. Hey, Chuck, man, you one of the stars. You one of the stars of the channel, man, and people legit tune in here to see you. And that ain't no cap, man. We need for you to get in here and you know what I'm saying, and contribute too, man. I'm gonna move out of the way for a few minutes.
All right. I also got some haters. Timothy friends came over here and been calling me Herman. Brooklyn Belly. I know you fat with a name like Belly. Man child. You definitely a pedophile. Man, child. Man, child. It's in the name.
I think we should, as a panel, keep it
Yo.
on Chuck.
Now, all
Just
right.
saying.
Now,
Let's not attack the panelists.
now.
Let's keep our viewership up.
Well, they attacked me first.
Well, you on the panel. You got to be better than that, okay? You think these?
I'm
You
not.
think?
I'm not
how
better
many?
than that. I am
Well, you
not.
need to be.
Don't
You know,
give me that much credit. Don't get. I don't want that credit.
I'm just saying. You know, you should.
I'll-
It's like if you're a player on the court and you get heckled, you can't respond to every single heckler. You
No,
got to
it's
keep
not
doing what you're
everyone.
doing.
It's not everyone. It was just two. Now, I saw RJ get backdoored pause a few times, and I think you're blaming Bullock because you want to have dirt on Bullock
I
because
don't
of
need to have
Knox.
dirt. There's a mountain on Bullock. I don't need to have a little more dirt. There's already a mountain being on top of Reggie Bullock. Okay, it's
No,
already there.
What I'm saying is I think some of them plays wasn't Bullock. I think it was Knox. I mean, not Knox, but RJ. But you blaming Bullock because you hate Bullock. And you hate Bullock because he's taking Kevin Knox minutes. It's that simple. Bullock is better than Kevin Knox. All around.
Go ahead,
You
Chuck.
like that, Chuck?
All around.
All around.
Yeah, meaning he's a two-way player.
Hey, get the hell out of here, Chuck.
Meaning he's a two.
Chuck, get the
Hey,
hell out of here.
I
Chuck,
don't have
you
a
just
horse in
both and said, I'm not. You know what? Here's the thing. Chuck wants to troll me, and Chuck wants
I'm
to
not
get me
trolling you.
get a response.
No, I don't want a response. Let me finish.
I can't even listen to my headphones anymore. Give me like
every
a sign or something when you're done talking.
He never want to hear it. He never want to hear it when it comes to Knox, man. It's sad, man. It's sad, man.
Oh, man.
Every time.
Yo.
Nah, but Bullock played good defense on Levine today. Nobody could tell me that Bullock wasn't fighting over them screens and contesting them shots from Levine. Like, Levine had like 15 points midway through the third quarter. Like, you know what I'm saying? He started heating up later on when the bench was in, like Rivers and stuff. Like, Rivers had a couple good possessions against them, but overall, we held Levine down a little bit. But it was the no names making shots. So, like, you know what I'm saying? Thaddeus Young almost had a triple double. Who else was that hitting threes? Markkanen. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's where we lost the game at. So for him to say Reggie Bullock, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, he didn't shoot well, but you know what I'm saying? He was giving effort out there. That's not where we lost the game at.
That game wasn't on Bullock. That game was we didn't defend the three for one.
Yeah.
And Randle had an off game.
Nah, he had a good offensive game, but defensively it was poor.
Yeah, he made some mental mistakes, the turnovers.
Yeah, that turnover was crucial. Yeah, I was tight.
And
I felt like he should have handed off to Burks and try to reset because we had ample time. But he tried to do too much right there. And if RJ would have hit at least one of his threes, we would have been, you know what I'm saying, would have been a game. But that turnover, like that deflated us.
And I don't think we're good enough to say we took someone lightly.
Yeah,
because if you look at the Bulls roster on paper, they're better than us. On paper. It's just yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah.
It better not be no setup, because I'll take him right off again. Take him off again. So I gotta hear that BS.
On paper, they're better than us. So we can't go into games thinking or come out of games like, oh, we took the team lightly. There's not too many. Our roster is flawed. For one, our roster is real flawed. because we're missing the most important position.
Yeah, I feel like, honestly, a lot of these games could have been way differently if we had a different starting point guard. Like, honestly, like, we could be 500
Yeah,
or like 1 or 2 games above 500. Peyton, we
yeah.
get out to such slow starts, it's ridiculous. And that's what really, as soon as Quickly come in the game and pick up that pace and add a scoring threat, that's when you see what this team could be. But we can't see it in full yet because you don't got a solid point guard that could give you 12 to 15 points a night. You know what I'm saying? With at least 5-6 assists. That's why.
Well, Peyton giving you 12 to 13 points.
And it's at a steady decline after those good couple games. Like, he barely been cracking 10. You know what I'm saying?
No, but the points ain't the problem. It's the facilitate.
It's facilitating.
That's
like,
it.
Everything about him right now is the problem, to be honest. He's a burger.
That's it. Facilitating. And then Quickly come in and he's not facilitating either. Well, he did some tonight, but typically
he proved you wrong tonight, Chuck.
Oh, he passed it tonight, but he also took some ill-advised shots.
But that's what he out there to do. I like that he's taking them.
No.
So that he's confident. You know what I'm saying?
Nobody's.
Honestly, you know what I'm saying? He a rookie. You know what I'm saying? Like
That's even worse.
He gonna learn in the flow. He gonna learn.
Never excuse for taking ill-advised shots. He had good assists, but
like some of them floaters, he could have tried to pass out. I could agree, but he a rookie, so I'm gonna believe that he's gonna get that together.
As soon as Freezy hears something he don't like, he come back.
Not the floaters, but the threes. Some of the threes was like, that's a bad shot.
I think Chuck B is wrong.
But here's the thing, though, because it's like he can hit those shots. But you got to give him a year or two. He's gonna start hitting those.
Hey, Chuck. So where I think you're wrong at, and I don't think you're far off. I don't think it's just Randle had an off game. I think the focus of the off game should be RJ Barrett. RJ Barrett got into foul trouble early. And so you didn't see that balance you usually get between RJ Barrett and Julius Randle because Barrett wasn't available. And then he sat for a really long time with guys, and Randle was out there with guys that we know don't produce consistently. So I understand what you're saying. Randle was off, but it was not off because Randle was off. I think it was off because the usual balance was not there. Because it was Randle, Rivers, and all these dudes when it's usually Randle's and RJ balancing the floor offensively and defensively. I think RJ brings a spark to the game against big guards that Austin Rivers and Alec Burks don't.
Well, marketed went crazy.
And if I'm wrong, correct me. That's just what I saw.
Okay, I agree with that, but when I said that, I also meant on the other end because he let marketing get a lot of open threes.
Right.
Who?
Randle.
But
Randle did that, but he did that because if Randle got into foul trouble by playing more aggressive defense, then you don't have Randle or RJ on the floor. You know what I'm saying?
But you want to be near them though. You don't have to be uber aggressive, but make them think about that shot. You know what I'm saying? Like
some of those was really uncontested.
Right,
exactly.
Those came early in the game. Came real early in the game.
But
I don't think marketing hit one attested three.
And so Trey, listen. So check this out. There were two of those threes that he hit. That whether you had a hand up in his face or not, he was gonna make it.
Yeah, like
the two he hit off the wing from about 28 feet. I mean, come on. You want Julius Randle defending that? I mean, come on, from 28 feet.
But those two came later on in the game. The first shoe that he got was wide open. So
no. I'm talking about the first one. The first one he hit was from like 28 feet, right? The first one, I'm talking about the one he hit in the first quarter, right off the left wing.
Yeah.
Right. Julius Randle was like, if you're gonna shoot that, shoot it, man. I'm not even gonna get near you and foul and attempt to give the referee the chance to call a foul on a shot 28 feet away from the rim, and he hit it, and it was wet too. It wasn't like a bank shot or rimmed in. That was money. He splashed that, and to Randle Craig, like, whatever. If you're gonna take 28 footers all night, you can have them. Right now, all of them want 28 footers now. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. But what I am saying is in the context of the conversation, like what Chuck is saying. Chuck is right. I just think we have to, dive into why Julius Randle wasn't as aggressive defensively, and part of that had to do with those ticky-tack fouls that RJ Barrett got early. You know what I'm saying? So I agree with Chuck, but the thing when you sit RJ, and then if you put Randle in foul trouble, then what do you have? Now you got to bring Kevin Knox or Obi off the bench.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? So
yeah, Obi had a bad game today. He didn't rebound. Right. He got himself in position to rebound, and that cost us. And that's what I wanted to say earlier about.
That was crazy.
There was a couple of threes that they hit off of offensive rebounds and loose balls. Like, you know what I'm saying? So it's like it's hard to get back. Those threes is tough. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, Obi had a bad game tonight. He didn't really. He got that one oop, hit a free throw, but as far as Randle,
he got.
What's up?
Obi got pulled out for not boxing out.
Yeah. He wasn't in position at all.
Right.
He gave up a lot of offensive rebounds.
Right.
That was crazy.
But if your power forward is not boxing out in a close game, you know where he should be at?
On the bench.
That's where he was at.
Yeah, that's why he pulled him.
That's what I'm saying. That's
why he pulled him. He pulled him right after that.
Oh yeah. I see where you drawing the connection.
Right.
But your starting point guard could stand there for hours and not score a point. So it just doesn't make sense.
Oh, right.
No, that's not true. Peyton never get a full quarter, ever. He's always out.
Anymore, because he ain't living up. He ain't
right.
getting any minutes.
How about so the Elfrid Payton thing is a conundrum for me. Because Kev W is absolutely right when it comes to certain stuff. You know what I'm saying? Now I'm not gonna be a homer like Kev W when it comes to Knox, but he is right about certain things.
Yeah.
Like for instance, Trey just said that the Knicks get off to slow starts. Right? Remember that? That was like 6 or 7 minutes ago.
Yeah.
Right? And my thing is if Elfrid Payton can just keep the game even, it's not fair to Quickley and Knox and all those guys that come off the bench. Every time they come in, the team is down 7, and they got to cut into the lead and then go back to the bench down 2 to watch the lead go back, the deficit go back to 5. You know what I'm saying? I mean,
that's not Peyton's fault.
That's partially his fault, though. Chuck,
whose fault is it?
The whole team. What do you mean? How is just Peyton's
the
fault?
That's the starting lineup. Say the starting lineup.
Yeah, because the offense is going through Randle. How is it Peyton's fault if the offense is literally going through Randle?
Because as a point guard, your job is in the history of the throws of basketball, the point guard is the one that's supposed to initiate an offense. So it all boils down, even though we say, Julius Randle's a point forward, no. Because historically, even in today's concept, Elfrid Payton's his sole job is to initiate offense.
So my coach in high school told me the point guard, the lead guard's job is to initiate the offense from the point of attack. That's why they call him a point guard, right? Right. And so the center's responsibility is to anchor the defense, right? And so that's why they call him the center, because he is in the center of the defense in the middle, right? So Elfrid Payton, right? Not being able to keep the game, right? Him not being able to keep the game even or level, right? Is Elfrid Payton's fault.
We can't keep beating up on Knox for what he don't do and give other guys passes.
Right.
For me, Elfrid Payton stinks. Reggie Bullock stinks.
Right.
Rivers stinks. And Burks is well under. I don't think he stinks, but under impressing.
It depends what game it is, if he stinks or not.
Well, he's probably inconsistent.
And I'm saying then give Knox more minutes.
Usage means something. Randle is first in usage. Quickly is second. RJ is third.
Let me ask you a question, Chuck. And I like to ask questions so you can answer your own question. Why is Julius Randle usage rate so high?
Because he's playing the point forward.
Why is he playing the point forward?
Because we don't have a legit point guard.
You answered your own question, Chuck.
But all right. So all right, but hold on.
So that means Elfrid Payton is the root of the cause.
But here's the thing: do we all understand what usage rate means by definition?
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is, if Randle is getting part of Payton's duties, how are you blaming Payton?
Because if Payton was better at his job, Julius Randle wouldn't have to do it.
Right. And so the thing with Randle's usage rate being higher is because Randle has more field goal attempts and more free throw attempts. If you look at how the definition of usage rate is laid out, it's not just time of possession. It's not time of possession. It's assists, turnovers, field goals attempted, free throws attempted versus the number of possessions that your team has, right? So if you look at that equation, Randle is gonna be higher because he takes more shots and more free throw attempts and has more assists. But also Randle has more turnovers too than Elfrid Payton. So his usage rate would be a ton more higher if his turnovers were lower, right? And so if you look at Elfrid Payton, it's not time of possession, right? It's not like how long he's on the floor or how many dribbles he takes. Elfrid Payton does not shoot the basketball at a high enough volume to be comparable to RJ Barrett and Julius Randle, and he doesn't get to the free throw line enough. And though his assists may be comparable, his turnover rate is better, but he doesn't take enough shots and free throws to be comparable to Julius Randle.
Uncle Freeze, my brown juice is completely kicked all the way in. I was on Knicks in the morning, and the morning drive, and now I'm on the night podcast at 2:48. I've reached my limit. So
hey boss, hey listen, you know we love you, right?
Salute, G.
And I love to be here, and I love the chat. Shout out to the chat. Hey, Hoodie Kev, we have more in common than not, man. Come on, be nice to me, man. You know, I'm gonna be nice to you.
What does that mean?
Chuck, I don't know where you're going with, man. It's time to start letting some of these guys go, Chuck. I'm gonna be honest.
This is a tactical Chuck moving the goalpost to fit an argument.
Hey, so
and
G.I.
you caught in the argument, he's gonna move it back.
So G.I. you saying you out of here?
Yeah, I'm out of here, and I agree. And I agree more with Hoodie Kev than I do with Quickley.
Okay. hey, well, I don't expect to see you. In like 6 hours. But if you come through, it'll be great to see you. If not, then we'll see you later on.
I don't need a lot of sleep. Let's see how quick I move this snow out tomorrow. But I got a fancy snow blower. I just push the button and the snow start moving.
Yeah, for the birthday. I got you. All right, boss.
Love you guys. Thank you for having me, and I totally enjoyed it.
All right, G. All
right, so sober up, B.
So I understand where Chuck is coming from, man. I think Chuck is right. I just if we go by the definition of usage rate, then we can't really compare Elfrid Payton to Randle, but we can compare him to Emmanuel Quickley, if that's what you were going at, Chuck.
No, I'll say this. Julius Randle wouldn't have the same usage rate if we had a different point guard.
Facts.
I don't understand how you come to that conclusion, though. You mean if he had a different point guard, a point guard would come in here and take more shots than Randle?
Nah,
I
but
don't think Randle would take
we
one.
alleviate him a little bit.
Randle wouldn't take as many shots. The ball, his thing, the ball wouldn't be in Randle's hands. Like if we had a point, if we had Eric Bledsoe, right? Just throwing just a random point guard. If we had Eric,
That might be a
Bledsoe,
bad one. That might be a bad one.
Yeah, he ain't a shooter, but yeah.
I'm just saying, but Eric Bledsoe is going to take enough shots to average 14, 15 points. And we all know that everybody's averaging like 10 or 11. So you say like 14, 15 isn't that much higher than I forgot his name already. I just said Elfrid Payton.
Bledsoe. Oh.
But the shots in which Elfrid Payton takes is so limited to where you would think that Bledsoe would take it in higher volume. Right?
Also,
like Eric Bledsoe is more of a volume shooter than Elfrid Payton ever dreams of being.
I agree with you, Kev.
So Julius
It's not a
Randle
good thing.
wouldn't have. I mean, it's not a good thing, but his usage rate would be down. Like you can name almost any other point guard, and their amount of shots is still higher than what Elfrid Payton's giving you because Elfrid Payton's just a horrible offensive player.
Not only that, if you had like a competent, high IQ point guard that could read the game and knows the flow of the game, they will know when to distribute the ball to Randle. Like yeah, Randle got it going. I'm gonna run this play for him. Give it to him in the post. But like a good point guard could realize when, I gotta get RJ going. I gotta get whoever's the small forward. Let me get him a couple shots. You know what I'm saying? Elfrid Payton, what he does is just walk the ball up the court, and then first option is to pass it to Randle. If he gets it back, he'll maybe try to drive. But when he goes to drive, he's looking at the rim. He's not looking to pass. And his float is broke. You know what I'm saying? He's just trash, bro. He's just trash. If we had a point guard that could get his own bucket, nice little mid-range, could take it and finish at the cup, we will be good. For real.
Hey, so just to clarify, so Buds is right. The assist part that I mentioned, it is not accurate. So I was wrong with adding the assist part of it. But Bud is absolutely right. And I looked at the definition in two different places. So I saw the definition in I can't remember the name of the place, but based on what NBA Stuffer says, Buds is right. Everything else, so field goal attempts and all that other stuff is right. But the assist part is not right. I just wanted to throw it. I just wanted to throw that out there because I was wrong in the way I described it. But for most part, most of it was right. It's just assist doesn't equate into that. The assist part goes into another category, and I think that's efficiency.
But do you believe that at the root of the issue, like if we ask like what is just the root of the issue, we could say it's Elfrid Payton's inability to lead an offense or lead this offense?
Overall, the root of the problem is point guard play, and being that Randle is handling point guard duties, you can't just blame Payton, right?
So you're missing the point. You can blame Elfrid Payton because if Elfrid Payton was better, Julius Randle wouldn't have to handle those duties. So again, it all boils down to Elfrid Payton. Because if Elfrid Payton was better, he would be playing more.
All right. So Randle's turnovers fall on Payton?
No.
Randle.
That's what I'm saying.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
Oh.
You want to know why? Because again, if you had a different point guard, Julius Randle wouldn't have the ball that much. Julius Randle has the ball that much because the offense runs through him.
Payton played less than half the game.
Again, if Elfrid Payton was better, he'd play more, which again relegates it to Elfrid Payton.
Okay, so do the rest of it fall on Quickley when Payton's not on the court?
Again, if Elfrid Payton was better,
yes or no?
How about this? If Elfrid Payton was better,
Payton don't play 48 minutes.
If Elfrid Payton was better, there wouldn't be as much Emmanuel Quickley hype.
All right, let me ask again. Since Payton goes to the bench eventually, right?
Yes.
do the point guard play fall on Quickley when Quickley's in the game?
But when Quickley's in the game, we getting buckets. We scoring. The offense looks smooth.
That's a lie.
Well,
But
listen. The last
do
two games,
the point.
Alfred Payton started the game and it been not the Clippers game. We started off pretty good in the Clippers game, but before that, we had very slow starts and can't get into our offense, get into our flow. That relies.
I want to ask you a question.
Starting point guard.
Let me ask you a hypothetical question, Chuck. If this team had actually made the trade for CP3, how many minutes you think CP3 would play a game?
The same, whatever he's playing
Probably
over there with the Suns.
30, 28.
Between 25 and 35 minutes, right?
Yeah, easy.
Like 28.
Okay, so if let's say 30, let's just say 30, right? So you 30 minutes a game.
Okay, yeah.
Do you think starting the game that Julius Randle would have the usage or the amount of touches if Chris Paul was the point guard?
Now I got to read Thibodeau's mind. Because for real, because I don't know what Thibodeau, he already fooled me before. So
Bro.
I can't say what Thibodeau would do.
Come on,
I can't. No, I can't sit here and say he wouldn't run it through Randle. I can't say that.
He would probably run certain sets through Randle, but not all the time. Chris Paul, and he's a floor general, bro. So he's gonna get other people on the floor shots. It ain't just gonna be passing to Randle every possession.
I guarantee that won't happen with Chris Paul.
Yeah,
I believe that too. But hey, I believe that too. But I don't trust Tibbs.
Nah,
See
you
what I'm saying?
can't blame Tibbs.
Do you think Tibbs would trust Chris Paul to do his thing?
He should, yeah, he should.
So if Tom Thibodeau trusted Chris Paul to do his thing, right? Because here's the thing: if that was the case, and you had an experienced point guard like Chris Paul, who's a Hall of Fame type of player, I don't think Tom Thibodeau is going to be giving him. I think if anyone's going to have a long leash to do whatever they wanted, it's Chris Paul. I would like to hope so.
Okay, so let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. It fits right into that. Do you think Thibodeau fits the players into his system, or he plays to the player's strength?
I've already said he is going to fit players into his system regardless.
That's why I said I don't know if he would change that up with Chris Paul, because we're seeing what his system is.
Well, no, because the thing is, we've seen him
off the roster he got.
We've seen him with the MVP Derrick Rose at point guard. So we know he has no issues with having the ball in a legit point guard's hands.
It stayed in Noah's hand a lot. I think Noah led that team with assists.
That's when D Rose was hurt.
No, an assist, but who had the ball more?
No, Noah didn't lead that team in assists. Not MVP Rose. Noah led the team in assists the year that they got ravaged by injury, and Tom Thibodeau ran the offense through Noah.
Facts.
Okay.
So we've seen Tom Thibodeau be okay with letting a lead guard run an offense.
I'm here to tell you. While I think both of y'all have points, I think I'm here to tell you that for one, the development of Knox and Obi and others that play the forward position is hampered by Tom Thibodeau, because Tom Thibodeau doesn't feature forwards like that, small forwards like that in his offenses. You know what I'm saying? I know this is a discussion that we had prior, but I think it's relevant to this conversation. And also I think we should look at the type of point, because Tom Thibodeau has probably had about 50 point guards man a position for him in his coaching career, and he doesn't discriminate, right, against point guards, right? What he does is, if you can do the bare minimum, like the league average or whatever, then he'll rock with you and let you cook, right? Because he had an affinity with Jeff Teague. You remember Jeff Teague in Minnesota?
Facts.
He found Jeff Teague to be invaluable. You remember he bought Derrick Rose back twice, not twice, but he bought Derrick Rose back, and it may be looking to do it again. He had a dude named John Lucas III play point guard. Dude named Kirk Heinrich.
John Lucas was cooking.
Yeah. He had Nate. Remember Nate Robinson was cooking in the playoffs
In
against
the
Indiana?
playoffs, facts.
Yeah. So the thing is with Elfrid Payton, I think once Thibodeau gets a comfort level with you, he gonna let you rock. That's just what it is. And it doesn't matter how mad we get with Elfrid Payton.
He's still gonna play.
If Tom Thibodeau was comfortable with him, that dude's gonna play.
Facts.
You know, and I'm with Chuck. I think Elfrid Payton needs to be upgraded, but at the same time, we need to realize we need to, consider all the parties that's involved. Like it doesn't matter what me and Chuck B think. Only thing that matters is what Tom Thibodeau thinks.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? And to Kev's argument with Kevin Knox, the thing, Kev, and I've been wanting to say this for a while, and I don't know if you heard me say it, but and it may have been on the Knicks Morning Drive, and y'all pardon me for sometimes getting the two shows, like the subject matter on the two shows confused or whatever. But small forwards, Tom Thibodeau doesn't usually feature them. As a matter of fact, Jimmy Butler and Andrew Wiggins switched positions in Minnesota begrudgingly because Tom Thibodeau does not feature small forwards. And Jimmy Butler was like, yo, I'm going to be featured because I'm better and I want to win more. And so he moved to shooting guard and they bumped Andrew Wiggins to small forward. And Andrew Wiggins did not thrive in that situation. You know what I'm saying? And the only outlier people point to is Lou Alding. But Lou Alding was already a good all-around player from the start with, right? Before Thibodeau got there. But the reason why I bring that up is if we expect Kevin Knox to become the Kevin Knox that we thought we were getting on draft night under Tom Thibodeau, I think we were mistaken for a couple reasons. For one, Thibodeau is a win now coach, right? And if development gets in the way of winning, development will be removed out of the way of winning because winning comes first, right? And two, if Kevin Knox doesn't do something dynamic to impact winning straight away, then Tom Thibodeau won't have the patience for Kevin Knox. And I think y'all are seeing his patience dwindle with Kevin Knox right now. Mm-hmm. Now with that said, what Kenny Payne and Johnny Bryant do with Kevin Knox off the game floor is very important because they believe in Kevin Knox enough to keep him around. They actually picked up his team option. Right. If they thought Kevin Knox was trash and didn't want him,
we'll let him go.
They would have declined his option and let him walk. So I think with Kevin Knox is I think we need to be patient with the process with Kevin Knox. And I know Reggie Bullock is trash. Mm-hmm. I didn't want Reggie Bullock back. I know Elfrid Payton leaves a lot to be desired. But the Knicks bought him back. You know what I'm saying? And they brought in a bunch of dudes to play Kevin Knox's position again, right? But what we need to do is be patient with Knox, let him learn off the floor, let him figure out what his flaws is, and then when he gets back on the floor, it's up to Kevin Knox to stay on the floor.
This is just a learning lesson for Kevin Knox, honestly.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Tibbs is a hard-nosed coach. He got a short patience. You know what I'm saying? So it's like he's gonna give you your opportunities, and it's up to you to do what you got to do with those playing time. Like I watch the game, I watch players' body language, I watch the bench to see reactions, see which coaches. Every time Knox go to the bench, Kenny Payne or Johnny Bryant talks to him.
In his ear. Yep, in his ear.
In his ear. So
I'll say that
it's not like they don't like Knox. Like it's not like they don't like Knox and they don't know what Knox can do. They know what Knox can do. I know they see it in practice. Right. That's the reason why he's playing. Right. From day one, Tip said, if you play good in practice, you're going to see the floor. Right. And Knox was getting minutes. But what happened? Right. He was reverting back to his old ways. I remember in the beginning of the season when Knox was hitting his shots, we were like, yo, Knox might actually turn the corner. We see him on effort plays. But the issue with Knox is that his mental, like he gets down on himself. You know what I'm saying? It's not just everybody else. It's not just the coach. It's not just Reggie Bullock. You got to look at Kevin Knox and get to the root of what Knox issues are.
Right. You know? And so I want to point out one other thing that Kev W said earlier. And so I get on Kev some, and it seems like it's unfair, and I'm not bullying. What I want to do is do Kev W some service, like give him his kudos. Like, so Kev W will go on a rant and say 7 things, right? And we pick out one and we debate it for like an hour and a half. And the 6 other things he said that was smart don't get the light of day, right? And so what I get on Kev is like, Kev, let's stretch the conversation out. Like, we don't have to say 7 things at once. We can say the one thing and then talk about it. Like how I talked about the 3-point shots against Chicago. I didn't want to talk about the total defense. I just wanted to talk about the 3-point defense, right? So what Kev said, what Kev alluded to, dang it, and I had it on the tip of my tongue and I lost it. What Kev said, it was a Kevin Knox deal. Dang it, I had it on the tip of my tongue. I'm sorry. Hey, Chuck B, you can go ahead. It'll come back to me. I'm sorry.
All right. Kev, I want that because you started to say something about Quickley in the media.
Oh,
what was that?
That's another thing, right? Yep.
So this is what I believe, and I mean, don't get me wrong, a lot of it is on production, right? But Quickley came on the scene in that first game, and he was just lighting it up, right? And then all the press, every time you hear the press was like, Quickley. That's all they was talking about was Quickley. All the New York fans and all the tablets was Quickley because we as Knicks fans.
Catch up. Was on the tip of my tongue. I'm sorry. You referred to all the rookies, the young guys not being developed at the same rate. Why do some rookies get treated more fairly than others? Why does Quickley and RJ seem to get more development, and then the other? I mean, not rookies, but why do RJ and Quickley get more love, so to speak, as opposed to the other young players? That's what you were referring to.
Well, what I said on that was, and I said we have 7 players drafted in the last 4 years, and you can only honestly, legitimately say 1.5 of them, and the other one is growing. That you can say 2, 1.5 on some nights doesn't have a leash. Like RJ doesn't have a leash at all. I don't think. Sometimes he does. You can see it sometimes. Like, okay, whatever. And Quickley is getting to that point. But everyone, like literally everyone else is on a leash. Mitch is on a leash. Obi, Knox, Frank, DSJ. They all have leashes where they can only do.
Hey, don't forget, you keep forgetting Iggy.
Oh, well, Iggy too.
Yeah. Mitch was averaging 30 minutes a game.
But,
Mitch is averaging 30 minutes a game.
You see, people look at it. People look at Mitch's averaging 30 minutes a game, and they're like, "Oh, well, Mitch's development. He's averaging 30 minutes a game." Well, no. Let's go deeper into that. Mitch is obviously unhappy because he's unhappy with the role that he has, right? Mitch is unhappy, and like I said, I tell people all the time, I haven't seen one thing different from Mitchell Robinson from year 1 to year 3.
Let's get to a bottom line.
Oh, well, I was getting to it, but the bottom line is
because I got a question to ask you.
The veterans
can develop in New York City. Is he built for New York?
If you play basketball, you can play basketball anywhere. It's not a New York thing.
Yeah, I think so.
And especially this season. Like, this season should be fine because there's no fans. There's no fans that get on him in home games. You don't got to pick up the media. You don't got to pick up newspapers or read the post online or anything.
But Kev, let's talk because while that may be true for DSJ, for cats like Kevin Knox, they may need
from the breaking up, Freezer.
I'm breaking up.
Yeah, you're going in and out.
Pause.
Okay, I'll set up.
No, but the thing about it is, here's the thing: if there were fans in the stands, right, and this was a normal year, What do you think the fan reaction would be for Kevin Knox on a nightly basis?
Boo.
Wait, what was
Do
the
you
question?
think the crowd would help or hinder Kevin Knox this season?
Hinder.
Yeah.
So like I said, this season it shouldn't matter. This should be the season where Kevin Knox's confidence should be boosted to where when fans do come back, he'll be okay because he has something under his belt. But all that's being wasted. Like the season is being wasted.
Relax. He's gonna get his burn.
Oh, here's the thing.
He's never playing again.
Here's the thing. Kevin Knox will play again. There's no doubt about that at all.
It's what he does with his minutes.
Even though, Tom Thibodeau came out today, and I think it's unfair, really, because I was like, they won't even let Kevin. If he needs to go to the G League, he goes to the G League. They will not let him go to the G League. Think about that. They will not. If Kevin Knox asked to go like DSJ, they won't even send him. So all this talk about he needs to go to the G League, the New York Knicks will not. The front office and the coaching staff will not allow Kevin Knox to go to the G League. I don't know what that says about Kevin Knox.
Got potential.
But Tom Thibodeau came out today and said that's not even a question. Kevin Knox is not the G League is not an option for Kevin Knox. He said that today. So I hope people can cut this out. Kevin Knox needs to go to the G League because he's not going.
So why are you panicking?
I'm not panicking. I'm saying if I had to watch Reggie Bullock go 0 for 4 from 3 and stink up the joint again, I'm going to have just a conniption. But then again, he's going to do that on Wednesday. So what am I thinking?
Big dog, don't have a connection.
What if Knox played?
He should play. I don't see why he's not.
I feel like he's gonna play within the next two games. If he don't play next game, the game after that.
So you basically said three guys got a long leash, right?
Huh?
Right. Yep. That's basically what he said.
You said 3 guys got a long leash.
Yep.
I said the veterans have long leashes.
No, you said the young guys. You said RJ, Quickley, and Mitch.
No, Mitch doesn't have a long leash at all.
Okay.
Recently.
So RJ, Quickley, and Randle, right?
I don't consider Randle a young player.
All right, but people on the team like that got leashes.
All the veterans have no leashes. I don't know how to make that more clear than that.
You said all the veterans got long leashes.
Hey man, hey, to be honest with you, this is the Knicks at Night podcast and not the Knox at Night podcast. You know what I'm saying? But we get so into Kevin Knox, man. We don't get to talk about nobody else. You know what I'm saying? We say. Alfred Payton can't shoot. Julius Randle sucked it up, man. He played bad tonight. But Kevin Knox, you know what I'm saying? And so I get on the Frankas too. So the Frankas try to hijack the Knicks morning drive. They wanted to be the Frank. They wanted to be the Frank morning drive.
The Frank is conceded. They know.
Yeah. So I wanted to talk to y'all about something legit. LEGIT. Right? When are we gonna stop babying Mitch and put some real expectations on him, or trade him?
I ain't gonna lie, it's starting to look real rocky for Mitch, and that's my guy. I love Mitch, but like recently, like he's moving like a little spoiled brat. Like today after the game, I ain't really like that. You know, he looked like he mad that he didn't get to play in the fourth. Which, I mean, He did have a solid offensive game. He had a couple buckets. He was feeling himself. But defensively, he wasn't bringing it like no well. So Tibbs, you know what I'm saying? He that type of coach. He going to try to send a message to show, like, yo, bring it next time. Like, you still going to start. So that's why I didn't really like that, I know Mitch is frustrated because, he want to shoot. But it's like, yo, like, that's when Mitch didn't have proper coaching growing up. Because a real coach will be like, yo, listen, you ain't about to shoot unless I see you hit down your free throws. Mitch got to knock down his free throws first. And it's crazy. If y'all noticed during the other games, when he was at the free throw line, he was pointing to, I think it was the game against the Clippers. He was pointing to the bench at Taj Gibson when he hit those free throws. I think he hit one and then missed the other one. So it's like, I think that's the thing. Like, yo, you got to hit your free throws first before you come in here wanting to shoot.
All right. I'm with you. So this is what I'm doing. I'm going to pass this to Chuck, but I'm going to say this real quick first. I'm trading Mitch and Kevin Knox to New Orleans for Jackson Hayes and JJ Redick.
Oh man!
And New Orleans should ship them players to me FedEx overnight. Get them things to me quick as fast as they can. You know what I'm saying?
Kevin, like as much as I get on Knox. Like I know once I think he needed to change the scenery though. He needed to change the scenery. So.
And so
I'm gonna say throw Frank in there, because Frank is hurt, like his knee. I don't know what's going on with his knee.
Let me tell you,
Frank in there instead of Knox.
So let
can I say one thing?
Go ahead, boss.
The narrative is going to be, as soon as Kevin Knox goes somewhere else and balls out, why he ain't do that with us? We gave him 3 years. He ain't do nothing with us.
No, everybody can't develop. Everybody can't develop in New York, though.
But we're saying, but that's going to be the narrative.
We're talking about the trade. We're talking about Jackson Hayes. Forget about Knox.
Right. And so, I think Kevin Knox needs a situation like New Orleans, where it's a small market tucked away from everybody, where you might have one hater, but 100 fans. So every one hater, you'll have 100 fans. In New York, it's split 50-50. You don't know what you're going to get. You know what I'm saying? So bring us back JJ Redick, because we need shooting. Right, Kev? The Knicks need shooting, right? They need shot makers, right? Bring in Jackson Hayes. He's going to give you the same thing Mitchell Robinson going to give you. You know what I'm saying? Send Mitchell Robinson back home to Louisiana. You know what I'm saying? Send Mitchell Robinson back home to Louisiana. Send Kevin Knox to a place where he can get about 25 minutes a game in an offense that's created to suit those that shoot corner threes. Why not? Kev, would you hate that deal? You still get you still will have your light skinned prospect. You still have your light skinned prospect. You know what I'm saying?
I don't really think it's that, but no. And I'll say no because theoretically JJ Redick is not what we need.
Yeah, he's gonna be out of the league in the next 2 years.
And we don't need his position. Now, we don't need another shooting guard. So that's not going to help us at all. Because technically, isn't that what Austin Rivers is supposed to be doing?
Austin Rivers is not JJ Redick.
I'm just saying, but isn't that the role that Austin? Because here's the thing: if we bring in JJ Redick, what use is Austin Rivers now?
You don't need him.
I don't need him now. But right. I'm saying to Tom Thibodeau, what's the purpose of having him? You're not going to play him now. So you're going to have a veteran on the and here's the thing, that's going to be a conundrum to Tom Thibodeau.
So do a swap with Rivers or Bullock. Or Burks.
Oh, I don't know, man. I don't know. I think Jackson Hayes offers more upside at this point. His numbers are down because the guy Steven Adams is playing ahead of him. So if you just look at his numbers, you really can't judge him on that.
How tall is he?
6'11". He's 6'11", 220.
Yeah.
So he's about the same size as Kevin Knox, if you go by what the Knoxers say.
Honestly, him and Mitch got the same kind of upside, but Mitch has showed more so far.
But they need another tweener center.
But they're both immature and have not developed yet.
I don't know. I just want to play out the season and see what's up with Mitch. Like I don't know. Like he showed mixed emotions. Like 1 minute he repping hard, he repping Knicks, and then you got nights like tonight, and then the night when he tweeted where it looks kind of uneasy. So I don't know. I just want to see give him, man. I'm gonna give him the rest of the season.
Here's the funny thing about tonight. I don't remember anything about Mitchell Robinson tonight.
Nah,
Nope.
he
Like,
had
we had not talked about Mitch. Like, can you remember Mitch?
Wow.
I mean, you know he was in the game, but I don't remember anything that stood out for Mitchell Robinson whatsoever.
he had like a block or two, and then he had like a couple putbacks and a couple lives. Typical Mitch game, but just he was in foul trouble.
Yeah, that's a weird thing. Like, how are you? You have literally no impact in the game. Your presence on the court is forgettable.
It's because he was in foul trouble. Like he picked up those 2 fouls, and then like that automatically just shut him down. Cause he went to the bench, and Noel was playing good, so Tibbs was riding with Noel. So that's why it seemed like, because Mitch didn't play the whole fourth quarter, right? So that's why it seemed like you barely seen him. But he played in the first and the second. But he got a foul trouble. That's it. But he had a typical Mitch game. Like he had a couple more like field goals this game.
Well, I'm not disappointed in Mitch at all, because I don't expect anything more from him than what I'm getting. You know what I'm saying? I have no expectations for Mitch. I expect him to be a rim runner that block a couple of shots, and that's it. I think you can only be disappointed in Mitch if you expect him to be shooting jump hooks and 10-footers. I don't see that happening. So I'm content with who he is. I would like to upgrade the position, but as far as Mitch himself, I'm not looking for no more than what he give. And on Knox's behalf, and Freezy kind of touched on it, I don't think Thibodeau plays to his strengths. Well, he only got one strength, and Thibodeau don't take advantage of that.
Right.
So it's more on Tibbs than it is on Knox. So when you're saying, oh, Knox get minutes, but those minutes are useless if he's not being put in position to score.
It got different things to go to it though. Like point guard play is a huge factor too, because you ain't like with Peyton.
Yeah, but they're literally not running those sets for him.
Yeah, like with Knox, you should be running them off of little curls and stuff at the elbow, and But it's
actually,
here's the thing though. Like I'm pretty sure Tibbs is just not telling him to stand in the corner. Like Knox can do little backdoor cuts and be active on offense. Like if Knox played like Obi, like constant motion and cuts and setting screens and running off of screens, he will be way more effective. But like I don't know, like Knox he don't show that, like he don't try to cut backdoor. He don't try to make himself a threat on the floor. That's it. But like I understand it goes both ways. I'm just saying it goes both ways. Yeah, Tibbs should be putting him in position, but you know what I'm saying? You got to make yourself active on the floor to be, you got to involve yourself into the game. Like,
can I say something because to that? And I want to say this and see what your take is. In the beginning of the season, right, we kept saying that Knox's production was tied to Quickley and Quickley being able to find him, right? That was the narrative, right? Like Knox needed Quickley.
That was one narrative, not the narrative.
No, but hold on. Now, when everyone keeps saying that Knox got into a slump, is it because Knox got into a slump because Quickley wasn't looking to facilitate anymore? That Quickley was looking for his shot, and then all of a sudden Knox wasn't scoring anymore because he didn't have that point guard to set him up because the point guard was looking for his shot. But that's something that no one has actually even mentioned.
No, I don't think
Quickley taking off and scoring has affected Knox because now he has no one to set him up to and facilitate to him.
No, I don't know.
I did mention that because people were saying that Quickley unlocks Knox, right? But then when I watched the game, Quickley unlocks Quickley.
Quickly too.
Yeah, Quickley. That's it. Quickley unlocks Quickley.
I ain't gonna lie. Like he could pass out more, but you know what I'm saying? Like he doing his thing. But
All right,
But
all
like
right,
I said,
all
but
right.
that's the narrative. Like if you look at it, Kevin Knox isn't doing anything different now than he was in the beginning of the season. The only thing that's different is Emmanuel Quickley is just taking more shots.
nah, the effort is not there.
No,
Hey,
it's the
everybody!
same
Hey,
thing.
everybody! Welcome to the Knox at Night podcast. Welcome to the Knox at Night podcast.
Wait,
But
what
here's
was
the
the
All
thing.
right,
what was the freezy?
I got two fun stats. Per 36 and per 100 possessions attempts. So per 36, Quickly lead the team in attempts. Per 100 possessions, Quickly lead the team in attempts. And that's your point guard.
He's our shooter.
Hey, so Chuck, so what's the did you draw a comparison? But like because that stat is it's a stat. But it is do you have what about Damian Lillard? What does Damian Lillard numbers look like in the same vein? Or
Well,
Trae Young or Steph Curry?
When I looked it up, all right, Trae Young was like 2 people ahead of him. Anthony Davis was behind him. So Quickly took more shots per 36 than Anthony Davis. Paul George. I can't remember all of them, but it was a good number of all-stars.
Can I say something to support Chuck?
He was 25th. He was 25th in the NBA.
I want to say something to support Chuck, and I'll give something. Because Russell Westbrook, right, can jack up shots from the beginning tip-off to when the clock says 0-0-0, right? But in that time frame, Russell Westbrook will still find time to get 10 to 12 assists. Not just jack it. In that time frame, Russell Westbrook will still get 10 to 12 assists. You're not going to see Russell Westbrook with 2, 3, 4 assists a game.
Right. Hey,
He's
so
actually still doing his job.
How long has Russell Westbrook been in the league?
Really?
That makes it worse.
No. That makes it make sense. That makes it make sense.
No, it don't. It don't make it make sense for Quickly. He a rookie doing this.
Right, but that's what I'm saying. So what it does is it clarifies, right? So Russell Westbrook has had time to figure it out. Emmanuel Quickley has not. The Knicks have only played 22 games, I believe, with Emmanuel Quickley. You know what I'm saying? Russell Westbrook has played 10 plus seasons.
Okay, so Russell Westbrook waited a while to become a nut.
No, that's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying when Russell Westbrook was at the same stage of his career as Quickly, Derek Fisher was splitting time at point guard with him, is what I'm saying. He didn't just come into the league as a triple-double. I mean, think about it. Derek Fisher was splitting time with Russell Westbrook, wearing some weird number like 37 or something. You know what I'm saying? In the same amount of games. I just think the conversation shouldn't be in a vacuum. I think it should be, and we should look at these things in context. And in the context of what y'all saying, y'all are saying Quickly shoot so much that Kevin Knox doesn't get the opportunity. Is what I get. Is what I glean from that.
Well, it's not just Kevin Knox. I'm not a Kevin Knox supporter. I'm saying he don't unlock the offense like people said. He unlocks his own offense.
Right, I agree with you.
Yeah, that's my point.
Yeah. No, I agree with your point, and I think it's a smart one. I don't, I don't disagree or however you say it with you. I understand where you're coming from, and so it doesn't matter if Knox is on the floor or not. Quickly is going to get Quickly. Period.
Exactly.
So I mean, I agree with that. What I disagree with though is that Kevin Knox can't get shots because one guy takes all the shots. And the reason why I disagree is because I watched the game where Kevin Knox didn't shoot, and Alec Burks went for 1 for 14, 1 for 13. Quickley went 1 for 10. Austin Rivers went 1 for 9 or something like that. And Kevin Knox didn't shoot. And so it was not like Kevin Knox wouldn't have been a better scoring option than Austin Rivers, Alec Burks, who were ice cold. And I think their total shots were, I think, Quickley, I mean, not Quickley, but Burks, Rivers, and Bullock were all a total of like 4 for 27. And Kevin Knox didn't shoot. And so what I'm saying is I don't think Kevin Knox was deferred. Like, they didn't defer Knox. There was some weird reason why Knox just didn't shoot.
Because for one, he don't make himself available. And for two, they don't set plays to make him available.
Right. I agree with that also.
Yeah. So you, one of those got to give. He either gotta move more, or Thibodeau got to put sets in there to have him move more.
I'll tell you what I would like to see. I would like to see the ball in Quickley's hand a smidgen less, more in Kevin Knox's hand with Obi Toppin, so that Kevin Knox can be maybe a P&R handler with Obi, where Obi can get some runs to the lane to rim run some, and Kevin Knox can handle and get to a certain spot where he can throw up. You remember Kevin Knox had a floater? Remember the old Kevin Knox floater? Remember it was broke?
He was the originator of the floater.
Yeah. You remember that? Remember that? Have y'all noticed that y'all don't see that anymore? Y'all notice y'all don't see that anymore, right?
Nope.
Right. And the other thing too. So if teams double team and trap it, now you can get Emmanuel Quickley wide open 3-point attempts from the corner. That's what I would like to see. I would like to see them reverse. I would like to see them flip that. So those defenders that they put on Knox, because they put trash defenders on Knox. Like if a big can't defend, they'll put him on Kevin Knox because Kevin Knox doesn't move enough for that defender to even be in jeopardy, right? But if you put the ball in Kevin Knox's hand and have him be the handler, as opposed to the spot up corner shooter guy, I think you'll see a difference in Kevin Knox's game. You know what I mean? And then plus it'll go, in my opinion, a long ways towards his confidence.
I do want to ask a question, and it's a question none of us can answer, right? When you go over film, when Tom Thibodeau and the coaching staff breaks down this game, let's just take this game. How can Tom Thibodeau, in your opinion, justify his rotations? Let's say the last 5 games. How do you think he justifies his rotations? If you were like Berman or Volkanov or Bondi or someone, and someone said, hey, and you're Tom Thibodeau, right? And they said, well, you had some weird rotations out there. You left guys out there that were just not hitting shots and blah, 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 blah. What could you possibly say?
Are you referring to who played or how many minutes they play?
Who played and how you played them?
Okay.
And you're Tom Thibodeau right now.
Yeah, because he's gonna go by what he see in practice. You know what I'm saying? And we don't get to see that. So
your question is, Reggie Bullock went 0 for 4 from 3 and had like 4 points or something. And your response is, Reggie Bullock practices hard.
Right.
You see how it sounds like?
Right.
Like Austin Rivers had 1 point and a costly turnover, but he gives us so much effort in practice.
Yeah.
That's going to be your response.
Yeah, he's stuck with his rotation. Like, I think it's crazy because when all right, Frank could give you. I don't like Frank at all, right? But
Really?
he's supposed to be this defensive guy. And when we're struggling on defense at that position, and you don't give him a look, I think it's kind of crazy.
Right.
But he's set in his ways. Like, oh man,
So my whole thing
it's
is
a
like
good question.
I've heard all night people like, well, it's what you do in practice, right? But
Yeah.
it's like
That's all
like
it
here's
is.
the point. Again, I'm a Jets fan, right? So throughout the week, all I hear was, man, we practiced really hard and we had some really great
Y'all need to make
practices.
that offer for Deshaun Watson and stop playing.
It's too much. I like Sam. Sam is
You crazy.
crazy. The Jets don't have a quarterback problem. We have a lack of talent. 1 through 53 problem.
No, Kev.
Hold on.
Y'all,
are you trying to say that? Hold on. Are you going to say Deshaun Watson would make this team, as presently constructed, better?
Yes. Are you serious?
Who going to block for Deshaun Watson? Alex Lewis, who has mental problems and breakdowns. Who's going to throw the ball to? Braxton Berrios.
This is the Jets' problem. The Jets.
He gonna run with a 37-year-old running back, Frank Gore.
The Jets don't value the quarterback position. You know how I know? Because y'all roll out dudes named Chad Pennington, Richard Todd.
Nice.
Exactly. Nice for what?
Chad Pennington. Ask Randy Moss how nice Chad Pennington was.
What, in the pros?
Huh?
In the pros?
Chad Pennington was fine.
Look, the reason why the Jets suck is because they don't value quarterback. Right?
We just drafted a quarterback.
I wish there was a Cowboys fan in the house that could let somebody know that if your quarterback lineage goes from Dak Prescott to Tony Romo to Drew Bledsoe to Troy Aikman to Danny White to Roger Staubach to Dandy Don. I mean, that's a franchise that values the quarterback position. The Jets lineage goes Geno Smith, the butt fumble guy. What's the butt fumble guy name? Mark Sanchez. Man, are you serious? Y'all rolled out. Y'all had Ryan Fitzpatrick.
And when had a great year for us.
And when he was balling, you know what y'all did? When he was balling, y'all benched him for a dude named Josh McCown.
No,
are you serious?
That's not what happened.
It is what happened. What happened. Josh McCown came out of retirement to come play with y'all, right?
Hold on. So this is what happened around here. The first year, Ryan Fitzpatrick balled out. So first of all, who is Ryan Fitzpatrick in the grand scheme of things? On the GOAT quarterback radar, who is Ryan Fitzpatrick? Nobody. Ryan Fitzpatrick had a very good statistical year his first year. And then he held out because he thought he was a franchise quarterback. And we was like, no.
So so he had a good statistical year and y'all didn't value him.
Because we saw him for what he was.
Wait,
he saw himself in a different light.
You said he had a good statistical year.
Mm-hmm.
And then he wanted more. He wanted starter money, basically, right? Because he's a backup, and y'all started him midway through week 4, I think, or something, and he finished the season. He had 2,000 yards receivers, Eric Decker and Brandon Marshall, right?
No, he actually started the whole season.
Right, but y'all didn't want to pay him.
Got punched in the face and broke his jaw.
Right. Oh yeah. That's right. I forget. I forget how much y'all value Geno Smith. My bad. I'm sorry. But a dude that's legit bona fide talent has proven it, right? You say, I don't want to pay that much. Because when I look at the Mount Rushmore of Jets quarterbacks, I see names like Richard Todd.
He was okay.
Yeah, he was ordinary. I see names like Todd Blackledge. He was a bust. I see names like O'Brien.
He was okay.
He was trash. Right. He was trash. you know what I'm saying? I know the Jets. I know y'all wasted.
We had some good years with Vinny T.
You know Vinny Testaverde is colorblind, right? I'm partly colorblind too. Like I can see certain colors in the spectrum. Some I can't. Whatever. I don't care. It's not a big deal. I still, my wife is hot, so I mean, whatever. Right? So the thing is that y'all had a quarterback that was colorblind starting for y'all, and he's on y'all quarterback Mount Rushmore, right? And you're gonna tell me that Deshaun Watson is too expensive.
I'm going to say Deshaun Watson is not going to fix the overall problem. No. Because we have more problems that go beyond.
Ken O'Brien, that's his name. Hey, thank you, QB.
That goes beyond just one player. Like Deshaun Watson is not going to come here and we automatically all of a sudden going to be a 10-win team with just him alone. No. That's not going to happen. Like
didn't y'all draft a safety instead of drafting Pat Mahomes or Deshaun Watson?
Y'all
drafted a safety, right?
None of the teams didn't draft Pat Mahomes. So
Pat Mahomes.
Every time somebody passes on a player, it's like this one specific team didn't draft him. Like no, Patrick Mahomes went 10th. That means 9 teams. 9 passed on Patrick Mahomes.
9 teams didn't need a quarterback.
Right.
I'm about to go back and find out who was in that. Because we drafted
the Cleveland Browns didn't need a quarterback at the time.
Well, here's the thing.
They drafted Myles Garrett. I think Myles Garrett is working out well for them.
So you can say here's the thing. You can say the Chicago Bears missed.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
You can say that.
Right. Yeah, we drafted Mitch Trubisky. We drafted Mr. Biscuit
instead of Patrick Mahomes. We actually
traded up for Trubisky.
Exactly.
We traded up 2 first-round picks for Trubisky. We wound up giving up 3 first-round picks in that deal. The current year pick and 2 other firsts. So I know what it's like to not value a quarterback. I know what it's like.
Even though we drafted a safety during his tenure, he might have arguably been the best safety in football.
Now
we drafted a bust. And
but I didn't say. I said y'all didn't value quarterback. That's what I said. I didn't say that y'all draft quarterbacks all the time and y'all keep missing. I said y'all don't value quarterbacks. Y'all let the Bart Scott defense. With Rex Ryan just go away. One of the defense that could have been all-time great. Y'all just let that just
drafted a quarterback number 3. Number 3. We just drafted a quarterback 3rd overall. And now all of a sudden you want to get rid of him when he's not the underlying issue.
No. Oh, y'all definitely have a talent issue.
Yeah.
Right. Y'all definitely have
I think they got 18 picks in the next 2 years.
Right.
Yes.
No. Between the first and the 3rd round.
Right.
No, we have
between round 1 and 3.
4, 6. No, I don't think it's that many.
18.
We have 9. We have 9 picks in the first 3 rounds over the next 2 years. We have 18 in total. We have 9 picks in the first 3 rounds over the next 2 years. Because we have 2 first rounders this year and next year, and 2 second-rounders this year, next year. Thank you, Seattle.
Right, and so my point to the Jets thing, and I would love. I just got on the Jets because I got tired of talking about Knox. Right, so I have Knox fatigue. Right, but the Jets, they don't value quarterback over the years. Think about over the last 20 years, who was the only quarterback that I know that y'all went after, and y'all went after him too late, was Brett Favre. That's the only great quarterback, like a dude that's a Hall of Fame caliber quarterback that I know the Jets went after, got him, and he wound up being hurt and wound up looking like a dog with y'all. But y'all valued him enough to go after him.
See, I don't know because next year when we traded him to Minnesota, he was good again.
I know. He got hurt with the Jets though. But what I'm saying is, y'all are the franchise that traded for Tim Tebow.
We have a quarterback who's going to be very. This is a narrative I never understood. Right, I do not understand this forever. This whole change of scenery thing. Like, a player would be good if he went somewhere else. I don't understand it. Like, why can't he be good where he's at? If you just make the improvements around him, he would be good for you too. That's what I don't understand. When people say Sam Darnold would be really good if he just had a change of scenery, and it's like, well, why can't he be good with the Jets?
Yeah,
because
that's
oh, I'm sorry, Chuck.
That's true in baseball.
I'm here to. Oh, I'm sorry, man. My bad.
So some players can't play in New York. So
right,
it's not a New York thing. It's
like
really,
Knox.
No, for baseball it is. For baseball it is.
Well, maybe if you play for the Yankees.
Yeah. Yep. You have guys come to Yankees and stake it up, then they leave and be great.
Yep. Or be great, or be great before, and then come to the Yankees.
Yep.
And come to New York and stake it up.
Yep. Pitches.
Yep.
The
kid from Boston. He was
Pavano?
No, the center, Jacoby Ellsbury. Jacoby Ellsbury was a dude in Boston. Damon. Yeah, and then got to the Yankees and was trash.
I think he got hurt too much with the Yankees for some reason. Like, he never stayed healthy.
Yeah, and so the thing is the change of scenery thing, man. I can kind of dig it, but I think the environment that you go to is like, for instance, if anybody remembers Florida State football in the late 80s, early 90s, right? Florida State football. What would happen is this, and on a recruiting trail, the Miami Hurricanes would get everybody, and then the University of Nebraska would get everybody else, and then the Florida States, the Penn States, the Notre Dames, the UCLAs would get all the other scraps. And I'm talking about in terms of top 10 players, not overall, right? But Florida State had this environment where kids that were like borderline 4-star, 5-star athletes, they would go to Miami, and the dog eats dog environment would have some 5-star recruits go there and be bust. But Miami had so many 5-stars that some were bust, some were not. You know what I'm saying? Or whatever. And Miami would still be, the alpha dog of college football, right? But Florida State would take that kid that was like the University of Miami say, if you come here, you'll be the 8th string receiver. And he's like, man, I ain't being 8th string, nothing. He'll mess around and go to say Kevin Knox, for example. Kevin Knox had an offer from Miami and an offer from Florida State. So he chooses to go to Florida State, right? He goes there and plays with dudes named Kes McCorvey and other guys. And so that environment that they're in, that environment that Tallahassee's nice size, but it's not as big as Jacksonville, Florida. It's not the hot spot like Miami, Florida. You know what I'm saying? It's Tallahassee. You know what I'm saying? They go in there and they start doing. They play a lot of their games at night, right? They play. They have this thing, this chop that they do, and the environment makes kids thrive. Like cats legit be a 4-star, go there, and they'll be in the Heisman running. A guy named Peter Ward comes to mind. A dude named Tamarick Vanover comes to mind. Dude named Snoop Menace comes to mind. Like they take talent that was good, but not elite, and turn it into elite production on the field. So if anybody ever saw this kid, Peter Ward, right? Yeah, and this might be before some of y'all time. Y'all may not remember. And I know Chuck probably don't know nothing like this. Chuck looked like he liked Notre Dame. Chuck, you're a Notre Dame football fan. You like the Yankees, right? So you probably
Florida State, Deion Sanders.
Oh, get out of here. Oh boy. Oh, okay. All right. So this is right up his alley. So he know exactly what I'm talking about. So Florida State will take those 4-star recruits, right? And put them in systems where they thrive. They produce like the 5-star, like the top 5-star recruits at other schools. Like your Peter Ward, like your Snoop Menace, your Tamarick Vanover, your Kes McCorvey, your Kevin Knox. And for those that don't remember, say dudes like Kes McCorvey and Kevin Knox is like the dude who is always begging for the ball, right? Like I know it's 3rd and 1, and I know you have Pooh Bear Williams and Warwick Dunn in the backfield. You got Charlie Ward in the shotgun, flanked by Rock Preston and Warwick Dunn. But you got to throw me the ball, Charlie, right? So Kevin Knox is a dude that came in a game. Kevin, it was like 4th down and 20, or 3rd down and 20, and Florida State needed the 3rd down to get into field goal position. And I'll speed the story up. So Knox makes the catch, and the Florida State kicker comes out, and he misses the kick wide right against Miami at Florida State. Right, that was before Florida State had Sebastian Janikowski. Okay, so and that's when Florida State used to always, the game come down to the wire to come down to a field goal, and Florida State used to always miss. It was a running joke, like in a close game, Florida State gonna choke down the stretch, and they did, for a while. But whatever, history is history, whatever. So Kevin Knox is a dude like on 3rd down and 20. Charlie Ward throws the football up. Kevin Knox is going to sell out his soul to catch the football. And whatever consequences come, they come. If Benny Blades is going to knock him slap out. I'm telling you. Like the Miami safety is like, I know they're going to run the square in right in front of me. And I'm going to come through here and knock his head off. Right? And Kevin Knox is thinking on the other side of the ball, hey, Charlie, look, we need these 20 yards. I'm going to go get it, right? I'm going to sell out for that ball, and whatever happened. Charlie Ward throw the ball up, throw the bullet pass. They chasing dudes you probably can't remember, names like, what's the kid name? I forget the kid name. Dwayne Johnson. Dude's name Warren Sapp, are chasing Charlie Ward like, I'm gonna kill you, Charlie, when I get there. So he throw the ball up, and the names like Rohan Marley, right? Back in the day, all the celebrities used to send their kids to Miami. So if the name Dwayne Johnson sounds familiar, it is exactly who that person that it sounds like. It's him, right? When you hear the name Rohan Marley, yes, that's exactly who that is. When you hear names like LeVar Lathan, like Ray Lewis, you know what I'm saying? Those names, it's exactly who you think they are. But Kevin Knox catches this ball, holds on to it, gets his head knocked off. His helmet is rolling on the ground. Kevin Knox is laid out flat. People think he dead, right? Back in the day, they slap him across the face, break the smelling salt, put the smelling salt up his nose, and take it to the sideline. Get out of here, kid. Get ready for the next play. Concussions didn't matter back then. Concussion wasn't even a word back then. I'm thinking. So the Florida State kicker comes on. Some dude they got off the soccer team just to kick. He kicks, and then they miss wide right. Miami wins, right? But the dude Kevin Knox, and you can insert Tamrick Vanover or Kez McCarvey or whoever in there. These dudes lay out they selling out for their team, right? What I can't figure is how a dude named Kevin Knox that would sell out, sell everything, play his absolute hardest, put his body on the line for a third down in the game that he lost, can have a son that's a diva. I do not get that. I do not.
I think the word diva is a little bit too harsh for
that.
I don't think that Kevin Knox is a diva.
And Florida State Seminoles fans,
like James Harden is a diva.
Florida State Seminoles fans that remember Florida State from the early 90s, they remember those receivers that they had were big and scrappy. And they were not NFL level receivers. Peter Warrick was a bust. Kez McCarvey was a bust. Kevin Knox was a bust for the talent. For Kevin Knox got the most out of his ability, but he was not an NFL player. Okay. But for Kevin Knox to have a son, to have all the requisite talent, size, height, long arms, all these things, for him to be a diva baffles me. And so I'm thinking,
where does
that come from? Where does that come from? Is it because it can't be? And so here's the word that Kev hates. Here's the word that Kev hates. Kevin Knox was a dog, right? So what does that make Kevin Knox? Does that make him a not dog? I don't get it. Because a Florida State fan could look back to those teams and be like, who had more heart than Warrick Dunn? Who had more heart than Warrick Dunn, right? Pound for pound, Warrick Dunn was a tiny dude, right? But he ran like a big man. He had heart, right? Right? And then you look at Kevin Knox and you're like, something's missing here.
I'm going to tell you a little bit of a personal story about me, right? A little personal. My father has worked for the city of Wilmington. When you're a city worker, what you do, right? He's worked for the city for almost 40 years now, right? Getting down. My father's like a supervisor. And, even though he's close to retirement, I've heard people who, he works under, it's like, man, your dad be getting down there, still before we get down there, in the hole and doing all this other stuff.
Right.
And it's like, he old. He need to be up there supervisor, sipping coffee, but he the first one down there.
Right.
My dad has only known, as you say, hard work his whole life.
Right.
His son, not saying that I'm softer than his son works in an office. His son wears a suit and tie every day.
Right.
Right? I don't value that's not the right thing I'm trying to say. It's like, I know, like, I would be horrible at his job. Horrible at it. That's something he's done for 40 years. It's ingrained in him. Like, I think if my dad retired, he'd just die like the next day. He wouldn't know what to do. For me, I'm like, I got this office, and I sit back here in my nice suit and tie and look nice, them little 8 hours.
I did that one time.
So I'm nothing like my father. I don't expect to be. Maybe that's just it. Maybe the son just isn't like the father sometimes. And it happens more times than not. That's the end of my little A little.
So the thing is, so I'm gonna say this real quick, and then I promise you I'm gonna get back to the Knicks stuff. So I'm kind of like both. I love getting down and dirty. Like I love doing cell block inspections. That's me. I like finding stuff, but I like my uniform to be crispy. Like I'm gonna shine my boots and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? I used to have gold ink pens in my uniform, right? And people are like, oh, here come Uncle Freezy. Man, leave us alone. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, I said that to say this, man. The thing with Kevin Knox is, and I want to wrap it up forever on Kevin Knox, right? Because Kevin Knox don't deserve this much chatter, right? The thing with Kevin Knox is, dog, get your fingernails dirty and you'll play. Period. Okay, that's it. That's it. Get down and dirty, Kevin Knox. Grab some rebounds, Kevin Knox. I mean, shooting the ball, we all want to shoot. You're going to pout because you ain't shooting? Do something else and you'll get on the floor. All right. So this is the thing I want to talk to Chuck B about. Right. And I know it's getting late into the night, and I want to introduce it even if we don't finish talking about it tonight. So, Champ, this is what I think the Knicks need to do to fix where we are. I think the Knicks need to trade Kevin Knox, Frank Ntilikina, and DSJ to the Lakers for Kyle Kuzma. And I think it fixes short-term and long-term issues.
I would do it, but I don't think the Lakers would.
Isn't Kuzma a 4?
A 3/4 like Kevin Knox.
I don't know if the Lakers do that either.
So the Lakers are in a different position than us. The Lakers need, right now, they already have their core set. All they need is outside shooting and a backcourt defender.
We could have had him in the Frank draft.
Yeah. Should have had him in the Frank draft.
Mm-hmm.
Should have had him in the Frank draft. But in the Frank draft, what we did was try to hit a home run instead of hitting a single. Because the easiest thing for us to do is, if we couldn't make up our mind, guess what we could have done, Kev? If we couldn't make up our mind, we were uncertain at 8, we could have traded back. Right?
Well, Phil was certain.
I have no idea why Phil was certain on Frank Ntilikina. I have no idea why he was certain on, because Frank Ntilikina is a 6'4" Tree Rollins. Oh, Frank Ntilikina is a 6'4" Kevin Knox.
Oh wow. No, he's definitely not as that. Kevin Knox don't hurt himself running in straight lines.
Right, but Kevin Knox did hurt his hand shooting a jumper and came back out he was a World War II POW.
Kevin Knox hurt his hand on a dunk attempt. That's when Kevin Knox hurt his hand.
I would be so embarrassed. I would never have told somebody that I hurt my hand on a dunk attempt. The only hard object on the court, you hit it with your hand.
I'd rather say I hurt myself trying to dunk than saying I hurt myself trying to speed up.
Well.
I'd rather say that. Like, how you hurt yourself, man? I was trying to speed up a little bit. I told my MCL.
And but you know what though? I would legit. I think Kevin Knox does need to change the scenery because he's not built for New York. Is basically what I'm getting at. Knox ain't built for New York, and it's the reason why Quickley and RJ get the love that they get, because they are built for New York.
Well, Knox ain't built for Thibodeau, that's for sure.
Yep.
And Quickley got the greenest light I ever seen.
For a rookie or for in general?
In general. In general, especially.
Wow.
He shoot more than Melo.
Wow.
Woo.
Wow. And
Good.
but I was going to say what I want to do is convert Hoodie Kev. I want to convert Hoodie Kev from a Knoxer to just a general Hoodie Kev Knicks fan until we draft another guy, and then he could become a guy of that rookie. But the Kevin Knox experiment in New York, I don't think it's going to end well for either side. And it's unfair to Kevin Knox because you can't help who you get drafted by, right? You can't help that. You know what I mean? You genuinely can't help who you get drafted by. You know, the team that acquires you is out of your control. If my man had gone anywhere else in the NBA, I think he'd have been successful. I think he'd have been a legit player. But he came to the worst organization for developing, and under the biggest microscope, and it led to him not developing. Now, does that mean he can't have a decent NBA career? No. I'm saying in New York, it's just not happening. Yep.
It's over.
It's just not happening.
He's out of the rotation, and there was rumors today about him being available for trade. So
that was on like one of them false fan-made websites. But like I said, New Yorkers gonna kick themselves if he goes somewhere and becomes Chauncey Billups somewhere, and we gonna have ourselves to blame.
Hey, so Glenn Greenstein said it ain't Knox fit for New York. Lame excuse like always. Glenn, I'm gonna ask you this. So what do you have to go by? Like tell me why you think that was wrong. Is it because Clee Anthony Early developed here? Clee Anthony Early was a small forward. He was great for us, right? What about Josh Harrelson? You remember Josh Harrelson?
Oh, wow.
What about Jeremy Tyler? Did Jeremy Tyler develop here? What about Jerry and Grant? I know you love Jerry and Grant. How's the Jerry and Grant experiment? Did that go well?
Nope.
Yeah, I'm just saying. I'm just throwing out some rookies now. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you'll say something like.
None of them were top 10 picks.
Kev, that's my point. So though they had less talent and they didn't develop, so a guy with more talent not developing doesn't help the case for Knox.
But think about this. You just said Kevin Knox has talent. He'd just be better somewhere else because we as an organization can't get that talent out. But someone else can.
Name one. Don't name an outlier. Like Porzingis is off the table. And Frank Ntilikina is off the table. Those are the outliers, right? So name one in the middle. Name somebody in the middle that developed here.
No, that's the point. You're saying Kevin Knox has talent, but we know as an organization we can't get that talent out. So he might as well go somewhere else. If that's the case, let's give away all our draft picks because we can't develop talent.
That's what previous regimes had been doing.
It's 4:00 in the morning.
And you gotta put on your Knox pajamas and dream about Kevin Knox all night and wake up and eat you some Knox and milk.
Put on some Noxzema.
So no to all of that.
Yo, that was funny. Nah, Kev W, don't try to. Hey, that Noxzema was dope, and I think I'm gonna use that for. And you gonna go to the gym and Knoxercise?
I need to go to the gym actually.
I'm just.
But no, I'm probably not even gonna get up until like noon now.
Okay.
Thanks to y'all.
Hey, so
I got to take my friend his tires that are just sitting in my kitchen.
Okay.
Because they got to get at my house. I don't know why I got 4 sets of car tires in my house.
Wow.
So
Yeah,
I
that
got to
is
get
weird.
them out. Yeah.
Especially in the kitchen.
Well, they weren't going on my carpet.
Yeah.
I
Well,
can tell you.
I feel you on that. I'm joking with you about Knox, though. I brought up the Kevin Knox in Florida State thing, just to have fun with you. But Pop Dukes was that dude that did have a lot of heart. You know what I'm saying? But tomorrow I'm gonna try to do 0 Kevin Knox talk. We don't want it to be the Knox at Night podcast.
Good luck with that. And here's the thing. I won't bring up Kevin Knox, but I guarantee Kevin Knox will come up. I'll say that.
Bet.
I'm not going to bring him up. But I guarantee somebody will.
I want Hoodie Kev. I want Hoodie Kev to find another Knicks player and not hitch his wagons to him, but at least experiment. Like,
have I told you why I like Kevin Knox?
Kev, it's 4 o'clock in the morning, man.
No, but it's really quick. So I've been a Knicks fan for 30 years now. It's unbelievable.
And I respect that.
Third time I heard this story.
Going into the draft, during the draft process, there was this kid, Kevin Knox. And I was like, man, Kevin Knox is nice. Kevin Knox is going to be that dude. Because in Kentucky, when I saw him in Kentucky, I was like, this kid has star written all over him. Because he can do everything. So he is the first player that I actually wanted, that we actually drafted.
Okay.
And so I was like, finally, we got one that I wanted. And that since then, I've been a Knoxer. But that's my story. I'll see y'all probably tomorrow. Take it easy. I'm probably not going to get up in time to get the morning show, but I'll probably stream it and hit that like button. So yeah.
Hey, so Kev, let me add before you dip. How do you feel about doing a football channel?
I would love a football channel. I was actually trying to get it with Legion of Knicks because I think he's about to do a Mets podcast, and I'm all over it.
I was thinking about doing one also. I was thinking about doing the name of the channel was Lawrence Tears because I was going to do Knicks and Mets together, but the Knicks took over, and at this point, all people expect is Knicks talk on Lawrence Tears. So, but I wanted to do a football because I wanted to talk about stuff like Ken O'Brien, Al Toon.
Oh yeah, Al Toon. I mean, I didn't watch Al Toon, but
all the highlights, just stuff like. But anyways, shout out to the chat, man. Love the chat, man. Chat be bugging. You know what I'm saying? We get mighty crusty this time of morning. Shout out to everybody, man. We appreciate y'all. Chuck B, I'm gonna get out of here. When you want to do Knicks versus?
As soon as I get my computer back, unless I don't know if there's a Zoom for the phone.
Yeah, it is. You have to download the app
from Apple. I mean from iTunes. I mean.
No, from the Apple Store.
Oh, they got it.
Yeah.
So I might. Yeah.
Yeah. So if you download the app, man, we can do it that way. Right. But I feel like we got to do like 2 or 3 of them. But I have this weird stomach thing going on, man. So depending on how I feel tomorrow or today might not be it, but definitely want to do it. So I want to pick somebody out of the chat. So chat, we looking for somebody to be on Knicks versus, just somebody different to kind of hang out with Chuck D. So if you want to experience what it's like to have your video seen by however many people or whatever, hit me up on Twitter at Big Freezy, DM me, right? And then we'll see what we can do. But otherwise, y'all, I'm out of here. I'm gonna lay it down because I gotta be back up to do the next morning drive. in 4.5 hours. Hopefully I can make it. This stomach thing is bothering me. I'm sitting in this chair with my toes curled up right now. So, but I'll holler at y'all later, man. Peace.
All right, peace.